Zeph!
What's going on, Larry?
Oh, I have a quick question. Are you there? Okay.
What's going on, y'all? Welcome to the stream. Getting in some of them Silent Hill streams. Help out the Pixel Mixers crew. Shout out to Hashel and everybody on the PM side. We still love you over here at OCR. Once I can figure out how to configure this little streaming marquee scrolling letter text thing to get it to not just show iTunes, we can go back to your regularly scheduled Winamp, and I can jam more of the OCR catalog like we do in the stage channel. But for now, we'll pump what we got here on the old Apple Music, and we won't be listening to it the whole night. It's just here for right now. Right, I'm gonna drop the levels just a little bit, just to make sure. Let me know if it's sounding like, oh, stuff's too loud. I can't hear this. I can't do it. I gotta rely on you all. Winamp is 100% superior. 100%. I agree wholeheartedly with Hemo. Anyone asking who the hell is Overclocked Extras in the chat? That's me. That's Seth. It's Pixel Seth. Let's go ahead and switch over to the view that I want to have here. Let's go Plablamo. Okay. Go with this really sweet stinger. Yeah, I actually don't know how old that is. It's just, it was in, it's there and available to use, so I'm putting it to use. Okay. Drop a little more of the volume, put that in the old background. I guess I don't need to drop it here for the stream chat so much. I need to drop it for my own listening. There we go. That way it's not just like so crazy loud that I can't hear myself think. Oh, I know it was a joke. Oh, yeah. I'm explaining the joke for people who didn't know that it was a joke. Hi. This is the first time I've been on camera. Normally, all of you are used to seeing my pixelated avatar. We are here at the house about to go over and do some of this webinar stuff, right? Like, help, my tone sucks, and how do I fix it? Fuck me, he has a face. Oh man, one microphone was... No, it's not. This is so that if I have to go get a snack, you all can still hear me.
I don't use it except for in gaming streams because it sounds like
but it works when, you need it to work. No, I'm not made of pixels. It's the curse of existing in reality is that, I'm not all pixels. I am all guitar player, however, which the camera is not going to show, but I will be using the guitar that has been with, I don't want to say me. It's been in my family the longest of all of the instruments in my house. This guitar used to be like, used to have like a glossy blue finish and like some crazy stuff on it. And this was my older brother's first guitar. This is a Schecter C1 Diamond Series. It's like, when this was new, this was like a $300 guitar. And when you get it, it's probably still a $300 guitar. All right. So I'll have to go back through this VOD and censor myself. Which means, yes. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Good shout out. Good shout out. Top. Right, it is weird having chat popped out in a window that, like, I gotta figure out a way to be able to see it when I'm type in 600 USD with inflation sounds about right, because inflation is way out of hand. This, I mean, it's a cheapie. It's not gonna, you know, break the bank. It's not anything crazy. It does have customized pickups in it. It's got some goods. It will sound all right for the purposes of what we're doing tonight. But like that's part of the thing, right? You don't have to spend $1,000 on a guitar to get good tone. You don't have to spend several $1,000s on an amplifier and pedals. You don't, like, none of that stuff. You do not have to have money to dial in a good guitar and bass tone. You don't need it. You can have stuff that you got out of a pawn shop, and if you know the fundamentals of what you're doing, you can get something great and you can get something workable. And then once you are ready to start making more of an investment, when you for some reason come across extra pocket cash or things of that nature, that's when you could spend the money and make targeted decisions. But you don't need that to start. You could start today with just the basics. As long as you know the basics, you're going to get driving, right? So what I want to go over is kind of the overview of what we're going to talk about. If I can get PowerPoint. There we go. Okay, so here's what we're going to go over with this PowerPoint section, right? We're going to go over some vocabulary, right? I've said a lot of words that if you are not a guitar player might actually be kind of confusing, right? What's an amplifier? What's a cabinet? What are amp sims? What are DI tracks? Gain, overdrive, distortion, fuzz, EQ, pickups, tube amps, solid state amps. All this stuff is going to be jargon, but after we get through it, you'll have at least some idea about what all these things are. Do you need to know it as not a guitar player? No. These are things to be aware of when you go to dial in that tone. Because this webinar is not just for guitar players. This is for, you mix engineers out there who are getting DI guitar tracks. You're getting tracks that people have stemmed out and sent over, and you don't know exactly what to do with them, or you're putting them in the mix and they're not necessarily working. You might be getting DI tracks along with stems and trying to figure out what they're for, how best to use them. You have to fix a tone somewhere else, like make creative decisions. And instead of being lost in the sauce, I want to give you a cooking pan. And so that's the vocabulary is going to help us with that. We're going to talk about some use cases, right? So we're going to go over what raw direct input tracks, that's what DI stands for. We're going to go over what those raw tracks sound like going into amp sims. We're going to go over how to use them without amp sims. We're going to go over high gain amps versus low gain amps for different purposes. And we're going to go over genre staples. So what you might use for specific kinds of musical styles, because not every amp works with every musical style. There are some genre specific conventions that you'd need one amp versus another. And that's not to say you can't break the convention, but you do want to keep in mind that there's a reason that it's a staple, and even if you don't end up staying in that place, starting there gives you a better reference for where you're trying to go, right? And then after this, after we're done with the PowerPoint, we're going to go into a DAW. I'm going to go into Studio One, and we're going to look at fitting guitars into a mix. What happens when you try to double track and ways to go around it. We're going to talk about reamping. We're going to go into more of the nitty gritty, right? Instead of just the vocab, instead of just the theory, we're going to do the practical applications. So first of all, what is in a guitar tone, right? Like in the picture, we've got what is ostensibly known as a Gibson or an Epiphone SG. The SG shape has the horns and the kind of circular body at the bottom. If you are an AC/DC fan, that's the Angus Young style of guitar. If you're a Black Sabbath fan, that's the Tony Iommi style of guitar. Like the SG has a lot of history inside of it. But there's stuff about what you're seeing in the picture that all plays into the guitar tone. Some things matter more than others, right? So the first thing is the plectrum, the guitar pick, right? Has an influence on what the tone is on the guitar, right? If you have a thicker guitar pick, you have a more accentuated attack usually. You get more what we call string noise. You get some more of that going on in there. If you use your fingers, you usually get a warmer tone because the strike isn't sharp on the strings. It gets kind of warm, has some body. It's also softer. So in certain styles, when you need soft instead of sharp attack, use fingers instead of a pick. You've also got the strings, right? So what size or what gauge string you use matters. The thicker your strings are, the more they stay in tune, as well as the kind of the more sustain that you get. The horns are the most important part. That is true. The horns on the SG don't have anything to do with the tone, but they do have everything to do with the style. And playability, actually. That little scoop over by the neck, let's see, laser pointer, the little scoop right here by the neck, like that matters a lot, right? When you got to get in there and do some lead playing. I want to turn the laser pointer off. There we go. Okay, so what else matters with strings? You got the pickups. So the pickups are these metal doohickeys right here, right? So a pickup is kind of like 6 little microphones. Ostensibly, they're little magnets set into either wax or resin and then wrapped in copper wire, and they sit underneath the strings so that when they vibrate, the pickups get connected to the output jack down here, and when you anytime you make sound on the strings, it sends an electrical signal to the output jack. It's like having 6 microphones, and you have usually at least one pickup on a guitar or bass, and it can be closer toward the neck, it can be closer toward the bridge, it could be in the middle. You have different kinds of pickups, and they all have a different, they play differently on the guitar. Neck pickups generally sound warmer and have less defined high end, and bridge pickups normally sound more aggressive because they're closer toward the bridge side of the guitar. If you think about the span, right, of what's happening on the guitar body, and I can't see my webcam real well, so hopefully this is picking up a little bit here in the corner. The closer you get to the edge on a string when you have it taut like this, when it's in tension, the closer you get to the edge of it, the more pronounced the attack and the sharper that comes about. So you want the pickup over there if you want it sharper, and you want to play closer to it as well if you want it sharper, right? Another thing that has an impact on your guitar tone is your volume knob. Now, this isn't 100% the case with every set of pickups. So this is extra information for those of you who are like, oh, I want to know the itty bitty gritty, like the little small extra bits, right? So pickups, because they're magnetic, you can have what are known as passive pickups that are not powered internally inside the guitar, or you can have active pickups. And active pickups have a separate power source to give you a boosted output. Normally, it's like you get a 9-volt battery. If you're crazy, you get 2 9-volt batteries and give you so much more output. When you have an active pickup, there's usually a preamp that's also on board, and then the volume knob, rather than adjusting tone, is just volume. On passive pickups, the volume knob, because of the way that electricity works on non-powered, on passive pickups, you by rolling the volume knob back, you actually get a little bit of high cut that comes off, simply because there's less voltage going to the output, and so it changes the tone of the guitar. So if you have a guitar player who's not playing full volume, and that's rare, that's not something that happens a lot, who's not playing full volume into their audio interface or into their amp, you will see you'll see that there's a difference in the tonality that comes about, right? The other thing that controls it, so usually on guitars you've got at least 2 knobs. On some crazy boutique ones, you'll see 1 knob, and it's usually volume. If you've got at least 2, the second knob, right? If this first one over here, let's pop in there and then get the laser pointer. Oh, I can't zoom and laser pointer at the same time. That's a bummer, right? So your front row over here, that's closer toward your right hand, if this is a right-handed guitar, the closer to you knobs will be volume, and then the second set will be tone. Tone is just a filter. Usually, you can think of it as a filter for how I don't want to call it necessarily a bandpass, but it's sort of like a moving high and low shelf. And most guitar players will dime all of their knobs, so it's full bore max. So typically what you'll see when people send you guitar tracks is that they're shooting more for the high mids and the highs in the instrument. If you roll the tone knob back, it pulls back toward the lows and the low mids. You don't get a ton of lows because the guitar, on the standard guitar, what in some circles might possibly be called a tenor guitar, because it occupies sort of the tenor range. Dime is in 10, yes. So that's guitarist lingo, right? If you dime something, you are turning it to 10. You are ostensibly maxing the knob. There's a wonderful, wonderful mockumentary known as Spinal Tap. And in Spinal Tap, they have a guitar amp that goes to 11. And it's a joke because most knobs go to 10. This one is one louder than 10. It goes to 11. So if I say I'm going to dime something, I'm going full. There are some amps now that go to 12 because 11 isn't enough. What Josh says in chat is true. You will typically see the tone knob maxed. You won't see it rolled back to, rolled all the way back. Typically, there are guitar players who use the tone knob instead of using, a form of pedals, where they roll the tone knob back a little bit so that when they need to get another boost of treble for their lead to cut through, they'll roll the tone knob up to max when they're playing a lead and then roll it back down when they're back to playing rhythm. To me, that's a lot of dancing with my right hand that I already have to do a lot of, but it's a way that you can manipulate the instrument, and it plays into your guitar tone. You've got the output jack over here, and the reason this affects your tone is because without an output jack, you have nowhere to put your cable. And if you have nowhere to put your cable, you can't go into your interface or your amp or your pedals or any of that stuff. So in the sense that you have all or nothing, the output jack is what gets you there. This is a kind of a gimme. And the output jack is going to your amp. That's this guy over here. Amp is shorthand for amplifier. And if you know nothing else about guitar plucky, attacky, makes sound, comes out through cable into amp makes it loud. The whole purpose of the amp is to make it loud. Now, it has other features and functions that we're going to get into, but loudness is 100% the reason to use the amp, right? And what happens when it goes to the amp, right? The amp has a specific set of sections, not unlike a channel strip that you'll see on your DAW or in like on Outboard Git. 100%. It's also known as signal flow. So the amp section, right? The first thing that cable goes into is what is known as the preamp, which is the input. So the preamp just takes the signal and goes, how hot do you need it? It's like your gain knob on your audio interface. It's your gain knob on your mixer. Every preamp has a very specific way that it's built, and that's true of every preamp across the board, right? You could get really nerdy about preamps in specific mixers and specific interfaces, all that sort of stuff. All you really need to know is that the input stage is the first spot of dialing in electric guitar tone after the guitar. After the preamp, it goes into into gain stage, we'll call it, and guitar players will get it twisted. So this is for you non-guitar players in the room. Like, you are correct about this. A lot of guitar players don't know this, and so I'm going to help you out as well. Gain does not equal distortion. I'm going to say that again. Gain does not equal distortion. Yes, I'm going to pause here because today is the birthday of one of the sages, Mr. Zalif, aka DJ Carbuncle, aka Matt. It is his birthday. We want to wish you a happy birthday. We hope you got some cake. I don't really have happy birthday to play on here, but I want you to just imagine that all of OC Remix is singing you a wonderful happy birthday. And we'll pause for applause. There we go. All right. Yes. So gain is not distortion. Gain and distortion have a relationship. You can say that distortion is the product of gain, but gain is not itself distortion. When you're trying to create distortion, gain might be the knob that you go toward, but we need to kill the idea that gain and distortion are the same thing. They're not. It's more like parent and child, right? So after the gain stage comes the EQ section, or the filter of the amp. Just like on a mixing board, just like your channel strip in your DAW, the EQ lets you filter what's going on with that input stage. Especially after you've gained, you might find that, oh, like I have some really big boominess that's happening in the lows. I can turn that down. Or I'm not getting enough low-end information, let me turn it up. You typically will see 3 knobs on an amplifier for the EQ section. You'll see a low, you'll see a mid, and you'll see a treble. Some amps will have just like the guitar, will have a single tone knob, and that's usually the filter for the mid. Some will have 4, and some will have 5. On amps that have 4, the 4th one will be called presence, and it will be higher than treble. So treble, if you want to think like somewhere between 4 and 8K, right, on the upper end, presence is going to be 8K to like 16K. It's going to go up there. Even though the range of human hearing is 20 hertz to about 20,000 hertz, depending on how old you are and a number of other factors, the guitar actually doesn't go that high. The guitar is made of mids. It is mid-city. It lives in the mids. It wants to hang out with all the other instruments that live in the mids. So that's your brass section. It's all your horns. It's your saxophones. Your vocals, most of the time, are living in the mids, or at least the fundamental that you're reaching for is going to be somewhere in the mids. Most of your orchestra is in the mids. There's lots of stuff happening. So there's a lot of competition in the mids for that instrument. The guitar doesn't have a ton of stuff happening on top in the crispy, crackly 12K plus. If it does, it's typically like feedback squeals from the amp or hiss or other things. So when we get to the DAW, I'll show you that there's a lot of the guitar that you can carve out of the EQ and not affect the tone at all. It's just extra space for you to, cut out so you can start shaping. After the EQ section, we have what's known as the power amp. So preamp goes to power amp. You get all of the volume and all of the tone and stuff that you want preamp all the way through EQ. And when you hit the power amp is volume at that point. And the power amp goes out to a speaker cabinet. Now, in the amp we have pictured here, we have what's called a combo amp. So an amplifier typically is made up of what we call a head and then the cabinet, and the cabinet contains a speaker. It's a speaker cabinet, right? If you have... Okay, I don't want to age everybody here. So if you have a parent or a grandparent or an uncle that has a stereo system in which they play CDs or tapes or vinyl, usually they're going to have an amplifier after the turntable or the cassette deck, and that amplifier is going to be powering some speaker cabinets. It's the same exact idea. It's just executed in a different fashion, right? So the power amp just drives volume to the speakers. The power amp itself does affect your tone in that it changes loudness, and how hot the power amp hits the speaker will, just like the preamp and gain stage there, have an effect on the tone in which it might distort the speaker, right? I'm going to show you a circuit real quick. This is extremely simplified. There's a whole lot more that's happening, and it's not something that even I understand to a degree where I could go and build an amp, but it's useful to know, right? It's everything I was just talking about. The guitar goes to the preamp circuit. The circuit sends itself to the power amp and goes to the speaker, and the circuit gets changed up by what's powering it, what sort of transformer or rectifier is happening. There's lots of electricity that's flowing. You don't need to understand anything about this to work with a guitar amp in the DAW. It's helpful to see it. So in your mind, when you're trying to picture how the signal is flowing through, how do you get from A to B? This is sort of the idea. So I want to pause here, and I want to talk about using some pretty famous guitar amp heads. Let's talk about the two different kinds of amp heads that you're going to run into if you're using, whether they're free VST or not. If you're using amp modelers, you're going to run into a couple of different kinds of amps. Almost all of them are modeled off of real-world famous guitar amps. Some of them are kind of boutique builds made to, if they're not emulating a specific function, they're at least giving you information, right? So the amp we have here on the left is a Marshall JCM 800. It is what is known as a tube or a valve head. So that means that the preamp section of the amplifier uses tubes in the circuit to heat the signal. So what we usually do now with a lot of electronics, which wasn't the case 100, maybe 150 years ago, now we do something that's called solid state, which is over here on the right. So I guess to talk about tubes, I'm going to talk about solid state first. So on a solid state circuit, right, you have transformers and diodes that are not made of tubes. They're part of the circuit board that change the wiring and change what's happening with the electricity. They like, it's just on its own board. It functions 100% of the time. When you turn it on, it's ready to rock. It's going. That's not the case with a tube or with tubes or valves. So tubes look like light bulbs with filaments. They're glass tubes. When you plug them in and power on the amp head, exactly. I'm saying it even though Josh is saying this now. 30 seconds from now, you'll hear it. We're saying the same thing, and I love that because we're twins. If you didn't know, Paradiddles, Josh and I are twins. You'll learn more about that later. So tubes, right? They look like glass light bulbs with filaments. When you power on the amp head, you need to let the amp, what we call, heat up. What really is happening is that until the tube has been energized, and not just one tube, most tube heads are a series of tubes, either in series or parallel for the power section, and that they do typically have a warmer sound than solid state because of the way that the tube is heating. Every tube, there are different models and different kinds of tubes, and they all have a kind of sound to them, right? You can, if you are really clever about dialing in EQ and tone, you can kind of fake having certain other tubes and things like that, but that's outside the scope of what we're talking about. A tube amp, just in general, you use a tube amp because you want the sound of that hot, saturated tube tone. There's a kind of difference between solid state, which sounds pretty pristine and clean. I wouldn't go as far as digital, but it kind of has a digital quality to it. Tube, because it's analog, has a warmth. It has a different tonality about it. Guitar players will choose an amp based on what is needed for the song and for the genre of music that they're playing, right? You can get a tube amp and play salsa, reggae, you could a number of these things, and that's totally fine. You could also get a solid state amp and also play salsa and reggae, and you probably wouldn't see it in a mariachi group unless they're having a feature, right? pop, rock, metal, hip hop. There are a million others. Chill wave. I think any synth wave, anything that's kind of emulating the 80s tends more towards tube sounds. So if you're going let's say mid 90s, back to like the 1900s, probably 1920s, 1930s. Well, amplifiers didn't really take off until like post World War II for doing guitars, probably like 1950 to 1960, right? There's like 30 years of perfecting the sound of a tube amp that's happening in there, and then post that, solid state started to become a thing, right? Each has its own tone, each has its own kind of personality to it. I'm going to demonstrate both kinds of them, and that way you can hear sort of the differences, and I'll show you my process for why I would choose one over the other. It's not incorrect to play a tube versus a solid state or solid state versus a tube. It's not even incorrect to deploy one instead of another in a genre. It comes down to flavor and personality, I think, is the best way. I have preferences on both sides for tube and solid state. So it's not like you're not a tube head or a solid state head and that's all you ever play. The amp choice matters for what you're doing, and you kind of want a little of both. You kind of want to have a good idea about one versus the other. And this, by the way, is not true of just guitar amps. It's also true of bass amps. So we'll look at that as well. So once we go from the amp head, we're going to transition to the speaker cabinet. So if you've seen live guitar shows, you probably have seen guitar shows. If you've seen live concerts, whether it's in a club, it's in an arena, it's at a stadium, it's in someone's backyard, it's in someone's living room, if they're a live band playing, you have seen cabinets, you've seen amps. You probably just maybe don't recognize what the purpose is for. So a speaker cabinet usually starts with just a single speaker in a wooden box. And that cabinet can come two ways, because of course the cabinet defines the sound. That speaker in that box has a different sound depending on how the box, like how the six sides of the box are working. Typically the front side, where the cone of the speaker, so you can see that really well here on this Mesa bass speaker, on this 15-inch, the cone projects the sound forward, and so you don't want 100% covering of the cone, right? You want a perforated surface so that you can let the sound waves escape. It's kind of the same on the back of the cabinet, right? Because of how the speaker gets mounted, if there is any surface to reflect from, even small, it will reflect off of it and go back outwards. It's not called backsplash. It has a technical term. If you have what is called an open-backed cabinet, where the back of the speaker can be seen, you'll hear the sound escape from out the back. Typically in an open back cabinet, you have less low end because there's less of the low frequency bouncing around inside the box. On a closed back speaker, you have more defined low end because there's more of it that's able to get inside and stay in the box. If you don't want a lot of low end, you want an open box. And if you want a lot of low end, you close the box up, right? The need to get louder to play bigger stages and still compete with like a drum set necessitated adding more speakers to the box. So even though it's not practical in a house, and I'm going to say this for all the guitar players that have one of these in their house, like in their bedroom, it's not practical to have a 100-watt tube head and 412 cabinet in your bedroom and play, because your neighbors are going to hate you. Your family's going to hate you. It's just so loud and obnoxious. Even when it's on 1.5 of the volume, between 1 and 10 at 1.5, it's so loud, it's upsetting. However, that said, it's not like you can't stick that speaker cabinet into a closet, baffle it, put a bunch of clothes and stuff to deaden it, close the door, and get a little more volume. There's a reason you want the amp loud, and I will get into that, right? The purpose of having all 4 of the speakers is so that you have 4 times the amount of volume. That's the practical takeaway. You can still get away with having 1 speaker, especially in a live setting where you're just going to mic 1 speaker on that 412 cabinet anyway. Typically, you're going to mic 1 of them if you mic it at all. That's just something that's missing from the slide because it's important to know this, not because we're going to do it, but in the sense of how we get the sounds, right? You mic up a speaker cabinet. So the microphone you choose to use on the speaker also changes the guitar tone. This will matter in the practical because one of the VST that is free, that I will have the links for available on the VOD, one lets you choose a variety of microphones. Now, in the free version, they don't always let you choose exactly what that microphone is, and you might have to bypass a paywall to get some more, but mic choice matters on the speaker. So all of that is to say these things are really important for determining volume and determining loudness. How hard you drive the speaker changes the way that things go. In certain genres like hard rock and all of the varieties of metal, driving the speaker to the point of distorting is the flavor you're looking for. And to do that, that amp needs to be loud. It needs to be so loud. It needs to be ungodly, obnoxiously loud, which I'll show you how to dial. So one thing I want to talk about is pickups for guitars. In some of the VSTs you'll find, if you have pickup selection, this will matter. In other VSTs, you're kind of stuck with whatever they give you. And so it's a good to know kind of the qualities of each pickup. So the one here on the left is what's known as a P90 pickup. And I don't particularly know why it's called a P90. A P90 has a lot in common, actually, with both of the other two here, right? The P90, if I can zoom in, and I will. So the P90, I'm going to try and get it together with the humbucker. So the P90 has one set of poles, of the magnetic poles. That's the screws that are in the... you can see them kind of behind the strings. So those screws are where the magnets, the magnetic poles in the pickup, are sitting, and they're usually right underneath the strings for best pickup. The P90 is kind of like a single coil pickup, and so now we need to talk about what the difference between a single coil, a humbucker, and a P90 is. So in a pickup, I'm going to pivot over here to the Stratocaster, the style of guitar. You'll notice that there is a single pole of magnets that runs under each string, and that pole, it's just a north and a south side, right? The electric field that's generated by that isn't there's no canceling that's happening from any inversion, so it's picking up anything that's going to happen. Single coil pickups, when you put a lot of gain on them, have a lot of hiss and hum to them. So in a typical circumstance, you may not want to use single coil pickups if you want a really tight, controlled distortion guitar tone. Even with a noise gate and stuff on them, single coil pickups sometimes are just they're too bright, or they have too much hiss going on because of the nature of the pickup. But if you're not doing a high gain tone, if it's a clean tone, that might be exactly the thing that you're looking for, right? It's just good to know that the option is there. And if you were to take two single coil pickups and stack them next to each other so that the poles are opposite, they have a canceling effect on the hum, on the ground that comes through that. So that's 60 cycle hum. If you're in Europe or in some other countries where you're using 50 cycle, same thing. The pickups are there to cancel that low end response so that you get a much tighter, less noisy sound. It's just two single coil bobbins is what they call them before you wrap them, stuck together, right? And they pick up just as well. Now, a note about humbuckers, and because they are two single coil pickups stuck together, you'll notice on a guitar like the Strat, it has a pickup selector over here. The Les, and I'm going to zoom out real quick and get the laser pointer. You can see that the Les Paul has a pickup selector up here, and that switch goes up and it goes down, and it also stays in the center. The Strat style one has what we call a 5-way switch. So it can go all the way to the top to select the neck pickup. It can go to the middle to select the middle, and go to the bottom to select the bridge pickup. And we call them that because of where they are relative on the body of the guitar. This whole thing is the body. If you go to in between the neck pickup and the middle on a Strat style guitar, you get a blend of both pickups of their pickup pattern. This also will cancel hum. It will take some of the signal out because it's a blend of these two positions, and there might be some phase canceling that comes in, and that's the phase canceling is by design. So when you get that tone, part of what you're hearing is phase cancellation inside the guitar for a specific purpose. And you can do the same thing with the middle and the bridge by selecting this other kind of halfway between the middle and bridge selection on the 5-way. So if this is 1 toward the neck, 2 is neck and middle, 3 is middle, 4 is middle and bridge, and then 5 is just bridge. On both of these model of Les Paul guitars, the one with the P90 and the one with the humbucker, there's a 3-way switch. So up top, and top is toward this part of it's not the horn, this is the horn. We're going to call this the shoulder of the body just because it kind of has that shoulder shape. If you go up towards the shoulder, that's going to be the neck pickup. The center is going to be both pickups, and the bottom is going to be the bridge. The bottom toward the neck. The reason is top and bottom is because of on a guitar, if you were playing it downwards, you would push up toward you and down away from you, right? The P90 has kind of the form factor of the humbucker with the tone of a single coil. And then it still is only a single pole piece in there, but it's not manufactured the same way as a single coil. It has its own kind of tone that is not quite a humbucker. It's not quite a single coil. P90 pickups you usually find on earlier model, like late 60s, early 70s guitars before they started doing humbuckers. It has a particular quality that might be what you're looking for, right? I do not, on me, have examples of those with this guitar. On the guitar I usually deploy when I'm recording, I have a very fancy every kind of guitar. It is known as a Line 6 Variax, where it has emulated models of guitars inside of it. So I can, in another either webinar or another demonstration another time, I can demonstrate what each of those will kind of sound like. But out in the wild, if you're like searching for VSTi of various guitars, you'll run into these. Not all of them will be free, but you will run into these. And so I want to pivot here and also talk about basses, because very similarly, basses have similar pickups, but they come in kind of different flavors. So we are looking at the two on the left that we have here are Fender basses. If you see a split coil kind of design, you're usually looking at a jazz style bass or a precision style bass, depending on pickup selection. You've also got the same jazz or precision style over here as well with soap bars. So a soap bar pickup it's called a soap bar because of the way it looks, but it is still single coil pickup, just like on the guitar. The split coil is just a soap bar that they've made it a big brick, and then they separated it diagonally so that you get a warmer tone on the lower two strings, on the bigger, thicker lower two strings, and you get a brighter tone on the top two strings. So, and the way that we talk about strings on guitar is that the bottom, what we call the bottom, is closer toward your body for playing, and the top is further away from your body. This also works inside the spectrum, right? Because the bigger strings that are the bottom are lower in the spectrum of frequency, and the higher strings are at the top of the spectrum. So there are a couple of ways to think about that, but that's the phrasing we use, right? On a split coil, you would want, the idea with a split coil is that you only need one pickup, and you have more of a neck pickup tone on the bottom, and you have more of a bridge pickup tone on the top. This makes your top spankier. Other kinds of adjectives I can think of: it's brighter, it's sharper, it's got spank. A particular word I like to use for bass is kank. Now, the split coil is not going to give you that, but that top end kind of tonality that comes from the split coil is in those top two strings. And then you get sort of warmer, woodier, throatier sort of tones from it being closer to the neck. I don't particularly enjoy split coil pickups because you usually only get one, and they're planted dead center most of the time. You can find split coils that edge more toward the bridge or more toward the neck. It depends on manufacturing. But a lot of the cheaper models, if you were to buy one, end up right in the middle. And so I don't particularly like the sound of them, but it's not outside the realm of possibility to use one and make something sound good, right? So soap bars are just like single coil pickups. You usually get two, and you'll have a neck version and a bridge, or a middle and a bridge. It's not rare to see a neck pickup that is close to the neck on a bass. You will see more of the time the neck pickup is like closer toward the middle of the guitar. That's manufacturer decisions, but those will alter the tone of the bass. Pickup position matters pretty much as much as anything else, where those pickups are placed. And just like Josh is pointing out, we do have a humbucker style on what is known. This is an Ernie Ball Music Man or Stingray. It's that kind of shape. Though the Stingray and the Music Man are not exactly the same, but they have a similar idea. You can tell it's a Music Man or an Ernie Ball. You can tell it's an Ernie Ball because of the way the pick guard, what we call the pick guard, is laid out. Electric guitars have pick guards because when you're slamming a plectrum into the strings, it's really easy to go way too hard and dig that pick into the body and make really surface level damaging marks on it. The pick guard is there to take that damage. Sometimes it's made of plastic, sometimes it's made of ceramic. Like, there are different materials of the pick guard. The pick guard doesn't affect the tone at all. It is there for aesthetics. Right, the basses too come in different flavors of like volume and tone knob. Some have two tone knobs, some have a volume knob for each pickup, and then rather than a pickup selector, you give to the output, oh, I want this much neck and this much bridge, or all neck, no bridge, all bridge, no neck. It's usually done with the volumes. And same thing over here. Now this bass has a single pickup, so most likely it's going to be two tones and a volume on the knobs. These are things to keep in mind if you see these in your VSTi out there. If you're getting stems, these might be questions you ask of your player. I'm sure that if you were talking to a guitar player, they're happy to nerd out about their gear. Side note, if you are a musician just starting out and you're trying to figure out what to talk about with other musicians, talk about gear. We love to talk about gear. Gear is the easiest icebreaker in the world. If you ask me about what I'm playing, I'll tell you everything I can in 3 hours if you let me. And that's true of literally everyone. So if you're trying to figure out how to start conversations in general, talk about gear. People love to talk shop. The last slide I'm going to cover before we go to the practical. This might be a little controversial because like I was saying earlier, there is a certain kind of individual that believes that gain is equal to distortion. And it's not super helpful that on some of these pedals, how you get more distortion is turning up the gain, and how you get more gain is you turn up distortion. And there's a lot of naming that's incorrect. The takeaway here is that gain is not distortion. gain, distortion is a function of gain, right? Distortion happens because of gain. And when I'm talking about distortion, there are flavors of distortion. There's many, many more flavors than just these three, but I can't give you everything in this webinar. I got to give you something that you can take and use, and then afterwards, you can go out and expand more of the flavor, right? So in distortion types, we have sort of bog standard distortions in the center. We have what's known as overdrive on the left, and we have on the right fuzz. All three have different sounds, they have different tonalities, and they have different functions, right? There are certain genre conventions that dictate whether you use one or the other. Not to say you can't use the other ones, but you'll find, for example, in reggae, in doom and sludge metal, in sort of like older school rock vibes, you're going to find a lot of fuzz. Mostly because the circuitry that is in fuzz pedals is simpler, and it has a very specific tone. I'm going to start with fuzz because of its simplicity. So fuzz is called fuzz, like a lot of things, because the tone of it sounds fuzzy. In some instances, it sounds like a chainsaw. It has this sort of, if you are used to synthesizers, fuzz has a very saw wave shape and sound to it because of the way that the circuit is broken up inside of the pedal, right? The two big ones that you'll find being emulated all over. Two big ones is also like, please take this with a grain of salt, because there are gearheads out there that are very specific about certain kinds of pedals. I'm just showing you two because you're most likely to run into this, right? You have the oldest model of fuzz known as the fuzz face, and you can tell it's old because it only has two knobs and the switch to turn it on and off. It's got two knobs. It has volume and fuzz, and that's it, because that's as simple as the circuit needs to get. Volume in this case is input, like how much you're feeding it, and then fuzz is the amount of fuzz you're adding into the signal. You will also run across, if it's not specifically called the Big Muff pedal, this is a reissue by Electro Harmonics, in which it's the Big Muff Pi. That's why it has the pi symbol in it. The Big Muff has a different fuzz tonality from the fuzz face. The fuzz face is, I don't want to call it bland, but it's much simpler. There's no filter that's happening on the fuzz. It just is adding the distortion layer into it, and it just is that tonality. Unlike the fuzz face, the Big Muff has a tone knob, so you can shift the filter of what's happening inside it. It's ridiculous because their distortion side is called sustain and not fuzz or distortion, but the sustain part of the circuit is the fuzz. Dialog is asking, so a pedal is effectively a signal modifier? Yes. Yes. It modifies your signal 100%. Voodoo Queen asks, is that why a lot of 60 stuff sound like it does with the fuzz? Hendrix, The Doors, two examples. Yes. Not just Hendrix and not just The Doors, but those are two big bands that deployed the fuzz pedal. In certain instances, Pink Floyd deployed fuzz pedals. In certain instances, you'll see The Who sometimes using fuzz pedals. And even past them in the 60s into the 70s and 80s, fuzz, it fell out of favor for some of the other ones on this list. But fuzz has a rich heritage that's still being used today. Yeah, Josh brings up a good point. Before fuzz pedals were designed, early fuzz sound was achieved by damaging the speaker cones in the cabinet. That's true. It makes a very farty sound because of the fiber or the fabric on the cone, like stretching and whipping against itself to create other sorts of sounds. And they specifically would take knives and cut the cone to get that kind of tonality to it on that specific speaker. When they found out you could do it in a pedal, people stopped damaging their speaker cones. Stuff sounded a little bit less farty. It changed the game, right? Next to them, we're going to talk about the... I don't have a better word for them other than distortion pedals because they're separate from overdrives. They have different ideas. Actually, before I talk about distortion, I need to talk about overdrive pedals because of what distortion pedals do that's separate from there. Let's see. Hemo is saying there's a famous Fender story where he dropped a component and that caused the sound. Yes, 100%. So overdrive. The purpose of an overdrive pedal is to say, hey, your guitar is saying to the preamp of your amplifier, I want to send you so much signal that the waveform clips on the input. And when it clips, it creates the distortion. So instead of just turning up the gain on the preamp, I want to hit the preamp with a certain kind of signal much hotter and clip it earlier. When you're creating distortion by turning gain up, that's essentially what's happening. You have your waveform that comes in, and on a guitar, it's not as simple as a sine wave, but we can use it for demonstration purposes, right? The sine wave looks nice, crisp, and clear. As you add volume, it might have some spikes happening because the waveform will get a little more complicated. And as you drive it, as you add more gain, it starts to clip and change the shape of the sine wave. It might start introducing, because some of these are analog circuits, it might introduce some bits of saturation. So you get little spikes that happen on the waveform and give you a more interesting characteristic. So drive is meant to boost your signal. You have usually a filter for tone to shape where in the spectrum you're trying to get more drive. And then you normally have a preamp level, and then you have a post-gain drive level. You're going to see, primarily in VSTs, you're going to see the Tube Screamer by Ibanez get modeled a lot. It's also known as the TSE-808 or the TS-8 or the Overdrive Pro or the Tube Screamer. You're going to see a lot of riffing on this name. This is the most common circuit for an overdrive you'll see. There's also, you've got the Boss Overdrive OD3, which is a very similar circuit to the Tube Screamer, but there is a different set of circuitry happening under the hood to give it a different characteristic. You've got the Blues Driver. Now, of course, I grabbed the Wazacraft, which is the newest version of the Blues Driver. So it has a classic sort of tone, and it has a newer sort of thing. But in general, the Blues Driver does very similar things to the Tube Screamer and the OD3. It just has a certain flavor. Marshall makes one, or they made one called the Blues Breaker a million years ago, and it has a very different character. All of these drives have a function, but they also have personality. And the reason you choose one over the other is because it has the flavor you're looking for. Unlike an overdrive, right? An overdrive, its main function is going to a tube amp. In fact, why the Ibanez is called the Tube Screamer is because you're making the tube get so hot and saturate, right? It would be more accurate to call it a tube saturator rather than a tube screamer, right? You're saturating the input, driving more voltage, which is creating more saturation in the waveform and introducing a little bit of clipping. You drive the input stage of the amp to give you more of the tone. A distortion pedal skips that step and just is instead trying to create, rather than a saturated tube tone, most of these are solid state circuits. So it's just saturating a solid state circuit to the point of clipping. Distortion pedals are for clipping. I could have called them clipping pedals if I had thought a little bit further, but I knew that when I got here, I'd be able to explain it a little more. I don't want to call it the predecessor, but one of the more famous clipping distortion pedals is the Rat, and it's just called the Rat. I presume because it sounds like a vermin, fuzzy creature. So the Rat, just like the other ones, three knobs: volume, filter, and distortion. Now, distortion is just gain past the initial volume and filter to introduce clipping. It does turn up distortion, but it is not itself distortion, right? You would use you would use these style of pedals when you have an amp that does not have a boosted high gain stage or a boosted high gain channel to it, but you want that sound, right? There are certain amps that we call them pedal amps because they're made to be used with pedals. They have an almost neutral sort of tone to them where you plug in and it sounds like an amplified DI signal. It's a pedal platform, right? The amp I showed earlier, the solid state amp, the Vox AC30, and let me pop over here. So this is a very, I don't want to call it just famous. There are a lot of guitar players that deploy the Vox AC30 specifically as their pedal platform because they're going to do crazy effects. So Dialuck is asking, where does a wah pedal fit? It's a great question. I'm not going to cover wah pedals in this webinar specifically because it gets a little into the weeds and it's a lot to try and find a free modeling wah pedal VST. A lot of amp VSTs will include one, and I can kind of cover that. A wah pedal will typically go after in the signal chain, right? You've got guitar first, and then you'll go to your type of, we'll call it your gain stage pedal, right? Your version of clipping, whether you're going to saturate or you're going to clip. Your wah pedal will come after as a filter for your saturation, and then it will go to the amp, right? I'm not going to talk too much about this because it's also into the weeds, but most amplifiers have two stages where you can change where effects are going in. You have the input stage, and then you have what they call an effects loop. So the effects loop bypasses the preamp and goes to the amp, the power amp itself. So anything you feed into the effects loop is not colored by the preamp tone, right? You would use your effects loop for any pedal or effect that does timing-based things. Flanger, phaser, chorus, delay, reverb. These things you don't want colored and reacting to your input stage. You want them to kind of be in their own universe and still get handled by the amp. So you put them in the effects loop. Clipping, distortions, wah pedals, whammy pedals, anything that's sort of acting as a filter, you want to put that in the input stage so it directly affects the tone characteristic, right? And I'll kind of demonstrate this platform momentarily. I am going to exit the PowerPoint here. Chapow. All right. I have been talking for a little bit. I do need to take a break to grab some water. So this might not be a bad time. If you also need to grab water, grab food, this is the moment in which we're going to go to the DAW. We're going to start talking about different kinds of DIs. We're going to talk about different amps, all sorts of stuff. So give me about 5 minutes. I'm going to go grab some water, and I will be right back. Okay, let's see what's going on with chat. Everybody hydrate. Yes. All right. Matt is saying volume pedals are so great for live synth work. Hell yeah. A lot of the stuff that I'm talking about, even though I'm talking about guitars, there's no reason you couldn't deploy these for synth work in a live or recorded setting. There are keyboard players that will run a bass amp or a guitar amp as a way of filtering their sound and getting saturation and stuff happening on their saws and on their sine waves. There are some that deploy loop stations and other kinds of pedals to, like, you don't always have a hand available to do effects. So sometimes it's nice to have something on your feet for expressions and things like that to go over and do those things. That, like, live and recording. And even if you are not an instrument player, knowing that these things are possible can help give you an idea when you're in the DAW of, like, how you can go about and get more articulations and more expressions out of your equipment, out of your virtual instruments and all that stuff. All right. So who we got? We got Josh with us. We got Hemo. We got Dialect. We got, excuse me, we've got Matt. All right. Let's pop back over. Speeds up performance and or recording. Yes. 100%. Aw, my cat is trying to get my attention. Hi, Takun. Okay, she left. Sorry, Takun. It's the way it is. Okay. So, now is a good time. VQ is in here somewhere too. She's just not showing up in the chatters, and that's okay. So let us go back to stream. All right. Cool. Let's PowerPoint is not necessary anymore, so we'll go ahead and mute that. All right. Now you're gonna hear my DI guitar. Sorry, I was finally getting to listen to some of the Silent Hill album. Yeah, the album is great. There's a lot of quality work on it. Yes, it's fantastic. Okay, so in order to get the signal flowing through into this is very useful for me because I'm a traditional instrumentalist by nature rather than a signal instrumentalist. 100%. No, it's okay for dropping out. This is a drop in, drop out kind of thing. It's exactly what the VOD is for. I'm going to take us into the DAW now and demonstrate kind of what's going on in here. So we have, I've got the bare bones of a track with some of the MIDI popped in, some of it not. I've got a couple of VST pulled up, and I've got my direct input guitar over here. Now, many of you are not going to be recording, so even though you're not recording, this section of the practical demonstration, right, is mainly to give you an idea of what's going on when a guitar player is going to record for you, what's happening in their process. And if you get DI tracks from them as part of their stems, and you want to use them for something, like maybe they printed on some effects, like some chorus or some phaser or some flanger or something, that it sounds cool, but you want a little more control over it, or it's like on the whole time and you need it gone for a specific section. well, you have this DI track. What do you do with it? Like, if you were to just like let me record what it sounds like, and you're gonna hear it on the stream, like let me mute everything else and play you back what a recorded DI guitar sounds like. Right? Everything that you just heard me play is what the DI sounds like. Oh yeah. Yo, I gotta turn on the that. Yeah, 1 second. I wonder if it is the frame rate mismatch. Oh, right. Voice meter, why are you at 48K? What? Why are you at 48? Oh, because my computer restarted. Yeah. Yeah, because of the power outage. Yeah, okay. So that should play back correctly now. Nope. Let me delete it and restart. We might have to restart the DAW. We'll see what happens if I give maximum dropout protection, which increases latency. Yeah, I got to restart the DAW. It's fine. I didn't do anything in it anyway. Yes, delete it. All right. We are going to change this stuff up. Okay, so everything is currently set to my ASIO, which is set to 48. Everything might get a little weird for a second. Okay, it's still set to 48, which means I need to pull up something. I know what I need to do to reset it. Yeah. Audio interface problems. Let's go to my solid. Now it's 96. Hit OK. Everything else went to 96, and now I can go back to here, and that will be at 96, and I can open this up. Yeah, there we go. Oh, we can see you. It is YouTube is very fun for trying to look at where the participants are, and if you haven't typed in chat recently, it doesn't show you. Yes, we can see you. I'm glad for everyone who's here for tuning in live, and I'm grateful for all of you who tune into the VOD. You are seen, and you're going to be heard once you use this information for good or evil. That's your choice. All right, let's make sure that we're not getting the... it's still coming in... Still coming in crappy. Studio One, why you gotta let me down like that? Downsample it. Yes, I know that. I know that. Oh god, I thought I was having another moment. Nope. Nay. Let me disable some of these for now. I should not be getting the fuzzies like this. Clean up the cache. Yeah, if your DI sounds like that, on the playback, there's something wrong. Recognize the opening. Yeah, that is kind of to demonstrate the stems, which I also will be sharing. Josh was gracious enough to provide for me these backing stems, which I will share with everybody. And of course, I have the bass turned off, so it wouldn't come through. Now, the DI guitar in here is not sounding DI. The VSTi I have is not the greatest sounding free VSTi, but it is some of the stuff that's out there, and it has a full scale length to work with, which is why we grabbed it. And I don't believe I'm going to be able... There we go. So I think what's happening is my ASIO buffer is getting blown apart. So restart the engine again. See if that helps. Ah, that's what happens. Okay. So let me recache it at 96 because that's where it started. I think it's still tearing. Clean up cache. I wonder if I re-import. Is it still doing it on the... Yeah, it's still doing it on my input as well. If I'd have to restream to get it to come out correctly. Let me... Worth noting, when you change your project sample rate, your DAW has to adjust your regions accordingly, which requires system resources. But drums are the free ML Drums VSTi from ML Sound Lab. That's a great shout out. Josh has been getting a lot of mileage out of ML Drums, not just the free version. He liked them so much he went and invested in some of more of the packs that they have available. As a guitar player, because ML Drums is written that like its use case is from a metal guitar player's perspective. How to like get the best sounds and things out of them. And they don't do everything great, but for more aggressive style songs, they have some really good samples to handle that. Okay, so the buffer is right. All of this is supposed to be exactly the way it needs to be. Yeah, this is all fine and dandy. I'm going to restart it again. And let's just see. Let's see. Interface problems, am I right? Cue the cue the drum fill. Now, if I go to Solid State Logic, I won't be able to hear it unless I get headphones, but I at least will be able to find out. Yeah, welcome to Chaos. It would not be one of my streams if it didn't have a little bit of chaos. Okay, so it's all of this is the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, that's true. We didn't. Okay, so I wonder if I have to delete the track and get a new track. I can't imagine. This is DI guitar. Audio. All right. One thing that's very specific about DI tracks is that anytime you get a DI or you're working with a DI, it must be mono. Stereo taking a DI is not like just because the system allows you to do it doesn't mean you should. A guitar is a mono instrument. It is not it's not a stereo instrument, right? Even if you had two outputs, from your guitar to get two mono signals that you could make and fake a stereo sound with, it still is a mono instrument. So if you get a DI track that's stereo, you need it recut as mono. It will save you a ton of hassle because most of the amp sims that are out there, they want to see a mono signal. They will work with a stereo one, but it will lead to problems down the road. Save yourself a lot of heartache and get mono. If you're recording DI guitar, record it in mono. It is actually worse, if you can believe it. I might have to restart my computer to get this to stop sucking. So we're going to restart the stream. Stay here, folks. I will be right back. This is the last thing that we want is for this to be recorded in perpetuity with the worst sound ever. So this time won't have sound. It's like a vocal track, in other words. 100% it is like a vocal track. Did I hear somebody pop in? It is. It's
Yeah.
Josh.
This is probably a good time for me to pop in. If you hit Control comma to open your system preferences,
Yep.
you gotta go to that second tab and change your I can never remember what it's called, but you'll need to adjust that more than likely.
Control period.
Or maybe it is Control period. Whatever opens your system preferences. Under
Preferences. Okay.
Audio setup under the processing tab, you got to change your dropout protection as well.
Yeah, I've been
Will increase
cycling
your
it.
latency.
Yeah, I've been cycling that.
Weird.
Yeah,
Still having problems.
still having problems. Yeah, in fact, I will pop back over to demonstrate because you can do it from the performance monitor as well in Studio One rather than doing it from the comma.
That's true.
Ooh, high is working.
Okay, I'm gonna mute.
Ah. Okay, so it plays back right now in a way I don't like. It plays back through my DI. How do I get it to not do that? That's probably the thing that was creating the issue in the first place. So let me change where this is coming to. So I'm going to send via 1 from the DAW instead. It's still playing through aux. That's right. Okay, so I need to change. The joys of audio routing. It's so joyful. It's the best. Okay, so I need to send my guitar as an input into there. And I need the playback to not come back through. If I send it out to 3/4 instead of 1/2, okay, it doesn't come out at all. And so that is exactly what's happening with it, is that it's doing the playback at the same time. Do I need to send that to get it? I do. Okay. So that's good that is good to know. All right. So I can't input monitor. If I do input monitor, does it play? It doesn't. Okay, it's fixed. It just trying to record enable with the input monitor on makes stupid things happening. whether just Windows audio things or just DAW streaming things. It's both. It's streaming from that. All right, cool. Well, the good news is that I can still demonstrate. So let me mute everything again like I was doing. I don't want to mute my master channel. Let me mute again, and we'll demonstrate playing back what a recorded DI signal sounds like. So when I do takes, I typically have the metronome on so I can hear what's going on. And I will do what I will either use a pre-roll or I will use the pre-count. I like pre-roll more than pre-count, and I'll describe why. Every DAW will have something similar to this down here in the timeline, in the timeline controls. So pre-count gives you the metronome count in before it starts recording. Pre-roll will go one bar earlier and start recording from the bar before there, like it will play back. In some instances, especially if you have low latency recording, the sounds you make during the pre-roll can sometimes still be captured on the recording. In general, if you're a guitar player doing takes and you're not used to doing this, I recommend adding it into your wheelhouse, because being able to get an idea of where you're coming in on the record will help you line up better with your timing. Okay, good. It is sounding way better on stream. Thank you. Yeah, we finally have figured it out. So, let's get it. Let's record a DI guitar tone real quick. Right. So DI guitar will always sound. Let me take the metronome out. Question from DJ Makram via Discord. Question about the mono imperative for lead guitar. If you use a VST, do you need to convert the stereo signal mono to output to mono and then pan the audio? If your VST is outputting your guitar in stereo, you do want it summed to mono. Either that, or you want to take just the left channel rather than the right. Some VSTs, unfortunately, will send a stereo signal because they're expecting you to see the shape, but the stereo signal more than likely is just a duplicated mono signal in the left and right-hand speaker. If you get one from a VST, just use the left and send it as if it is a mono signal. Right, so when you get DI tracks, when you get DI stems, they're going to sound just like this sort of arrangement, right? And I'm just gonna loop that section so that we have a. It might get annoying. I'm gonna loop the two ideas, and in general, this is not the kind of tone that you're gonna want to go for. In most instances, you want even just a plain amp. So I have an amp. I've got a few amps I've cooked up already for this demonstration. So I'm going to send my output to, I'm going to go to the one that's baked into Studio One first, right? As was discussed in the chat earlier, your DAW probably has an amp sim built into it. And what is an amp sim, right? An amp sim looks like this. You don't think you can hear the DAW? Oh, that's because I wasn't sending it out. Okay. 30 seconds ago. Okay. Huh. That's funny. Now I can't. Oh, I muted it. I'm very funny. Very funny that I did that. All right, since you couldn't hear before, let me pull this out. All right, so I'll demonstrate the DI tone. It's very it's kind of bleh. Like it doesn't have that thing going on, right? Let's put it into an amp. Now, I have dialed this amp with specific settings that I'm going to go over. So this is a traditional rock distortion tone right out of a tube amp, right? It's very unplugged electric guitar, 100%. It sounds like an unplugged electric guitar. Once it goes into an amp, right, this amp is it's the MCM-800 in Ampire. And for demonstration purposes, I have pulled out the cabinet that comes in. I can put it back in and demonstrate what it sounds like with the cabinet. In fact, I think I will, just to give you an idea. So the M1265, I have mic A as a selection for tone, and it sounds like this. It's not terrible. There's some other things that I have going on as well. In fact, let me mute the stuff that's happening so we just hear the pure tone of Ampire. It's a little woofy. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's not. Now, yes, it did sound like it rocked before. This is where when chat catches up, right? This is kind of what you're going to get out of the box in your DAW if it has an amp sim. So Studio One uses Ampire. Fruity Loops, or FL Studio, I'm not going to call it by its lost soon name. I haven't used FL Studio since FL6 or FL7. I can't remember if it comes with an amp sim or not. I don't believe Ableton Lite comes with one, but Live might. Some of them have them built in. They all have they're not the most accurately modeled for some of the, like, I don't want to call them real life amps, but the amps that you'll find out in offline space, you'll hear some of these. So this is based on a Marshall JCM 800. It's a bog standard kind of tone. The settings that I have dialed, and I will go over why I have them dialed the specific way. So the JCM 800 has two stages. It has a low. It's marked as sensitivity here in Ampire, but it has a low gain clean channel and has a high gain distortion channel, right? Or what we'll call a distortion channel. We have a dirty channel with the high gain. So the high gain stage just applies more gain into the signal. And this is kind of opposite of the direction of the flow. Ampire does it right to left, but you'll see it left to right most likely, right? So I have my preamp volume dimed. This, you would also call this the channel volume, or your preamp volume. And then the master, I have just a hair off of 10. Like, it's not quite 10. It's on 9. Don't necessarily need it on 10, right? And I'll go over why in a moment. So I have a 4-band EQ for filtering. I've got treble up around 6. I have dropped the mids down to about 3. The bass is about 6, and the presence is about 6. Now, the tone that I'm going to recreate across all of the amps I'm about to show you to demonstrate kind of the template of a dirty guitar signal is born out of a lot of trial and error from the 70s into the 90s. And it is a tone that is used all over the place with tube amps. You can recreate this at home. If you have a tube amp at home, if you have other amp sims, you'll be able to recreate this tone everywhere. It's not going to sound the same on every amp, but the idea of it is the same across amps. So because we have a mids-driven instrument like the guitar, in order to get the maximum amount of saturation out of the tubes, we want to overdrive the mids. The problem with doing that all over the place in the amp section of the tone is that the tubes start to sound like they're honking. They get very quacky. They're like, it's not super pleasant, but we still want the saturation to happen. So rather than saturating the EQ side of the amp, we're going to saturate the preamp and then shape that saturated signal. You can do that inside of Ampire with the tube driver on the input side. And so the settings for doing that, we've got drive around on 2, basically. It's like barely on, because we're not trying to put gain in, we're trying to put signal. We're trying to cook the input, right? And we're going to cook the input by putting the level at about 6, somewhere between 6 and 7, and we're going to put the tone in the sort of higher mids, right? Also at about 6 or 7, right? I'm actually going to spike it to about 7. So this one, Ampire uses percentages. It makes it kind of easy. So when I turn this pedal on and play, I'm gonna just like loop and let you hear what it sounds like with the tube screamer off and then on. So drive is like amperes and gain is like voltage. So the issue with thinking of it like that, so drive and gain are both functions of adding more voltage to the signal. If I'm understanding the way that the signal operates, because this is hashtag I'm not an electrician. No, VQ. The guitar tone does not need more kank. The bass tone will need more kank. Kank is for bass tone, right? Guitar tone needs chugga chugga. So I'm gonna play it back again, and I'm gonna just simplify it with the one playing back and forth between the tube screamer on and off. So you can hear there's like amp hiss, right? When the signal is hotter. And they emulated that fairly well, because they're like internally the circuits are going to make noise. Unsure if Reaper does, it might, and it'll be asked like 80% of Okay, so I like Reaper's free available tools. They're not the prettiest, but they do get the job done. It's just they're like kind of like when you have a pedal platform amp, they're going out of their way to be as like tone neutral as possible. Right. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Reaper and FL Studio both had a free one with a GUI that's not an amp. It's just a bunch of sliders and faders and things like that. Overdrive, I get that sound. Know it from MIDI voices. 100%. It looks like a Windows error box I hit. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm not supposed to swear. I'll have to bleep that one out in the VOD as well. Somebody, if you got a swear jar, add $2 to it, because yeah. Anyway, I particularly prefer the sound of an overdriven tube amp to distortion, but there are things to like about it in both ways. So if you have a tube amp, generally speaking, the place to start with dialing the tone is with a tube screamer, is with something to saturate the input. Because if you have a high gain channel, if you have a high gain input, the amp itself will create the dirty tone that you're looking for. It will be the characteristic of the amp, right? In deciding where in the signal you're trying to get that saturation, if you have a tube amp, let the tube amp character come through. That my way of going through it is decide I want the sound and character of the amp to come through rather than the pedal. If the amp can't do it, you have the pedal to come back late. You can come back to the pedal later, but I want that tube tone. I want that sense of, of that style of sound, right? Now, I think that you can do better than Ampire, which is why I went and hunted down some free VST to replace it. I couldn't continue using the tube screamer here in Ampire. However, for free, Literally for free, you can go and download a VST that is the Tube Screamer, the TS-808. The TSE-808 is what it's called, and it does exactly the same thing. They sound exactly the same. Exactly the same. This way, if you have an amp that doesn't have if you have an amp sim that doesn't include it, you still have it as an option, and it can be gotten. The other thing I'm going to do to help shape the sound is I'm going to add a noise gate, and all DAWs have a noise gate. You just need to understand the functionality of it, right? On a distortion guitar tone, you want, in general with the noise gate, if you're deploying a noise gate for your distortions, what you're trying to do is tighten up the signal and remove as much hiss and hum out as possible so that you get nice sharp attack and nothing else. It's going to depend on, right, your open and closed threshold is going to depend entirely on how much signal you're driving towards it. These settings work for what I have, but you'll want to play with it. You essentially want the range all the way down because you don't want to be letting in anything that through that gate unless it is the instrument being played. You don't want string noise or like hand moving across the fret or like other things, stuff that you would go and chop out of your waveform anyway. Just remove it out of the sounds. You want a super fast attack. You want a pretty quick release and a pretty quick hold. It's kind of what I am using here to get that just like very tight, very dialed noise gate. The other thing I'm going to do is that even though I can use the cabinet on Ampire, Ignite amps there's a, how do I describe this? So STL Tones and Ignite amps got together and made a free cabinet processor that they call the NadIR, or the NadIR, right? All an IR is an impulse response, and you'll usually see impulse responses outside of the amp realm on convolution reverbs, where you're applying an impulse response to it and then it recreates the reverb based off the space of the recording, right? It's like a capture of a very small fragment of a wave, and then it recreates it as a reverb. You can do the same thing with guitar amp cabinets. In general, amp sims are kind of like IRs for the amp head itself, right? The NadIR has a handful of microphones for free that you can go and get other IRs if you have them, because there are free IRs all over the place. This is just what comes bundled with one of their amps, also for free, the Emissary. So they give you three microphones on either center or off axis. So what does that mean, right? You've also got a 45-degree off axis 2. On the speaker cone, if you center the mic, you're getting all of the signal at the center of the cone going toward the microphone. So you're getting as close to every part of the sound as you can get. Now, in general, unless you pull the grill off of the speaker cabinet, you can't put the mic as close to the cone as possible. You'd have to take the grill off. So the closest that you can get usually is right up against the cone without touching it, because the vibration against the mic capsule will make noise that's not helpful. If you go off axis, which is to say on the cone, right? If you on the cone were to place the mic instead of in the center, slightly off to the side, you get different tonality. And when you get that different tonality, you get less of the mids and you get a little less. Oh, excuse me, I have to sneeze. Okay, maybe I didn't have to sneeze. I got tricked. you get a little bit less mids, you get less of the top, but you don't get more bass. It's just the signal is slightly different, right? When you're combining tones because of phasing issues between microphones, it's sometimes helpful if you're going to have an on-axis center IR. It's helpful to bring in an off-axis one as well, so that you get two different like tones with it. So the other thing that I like about NadIR compared to like Ampire gives you a single speaker with a single mic to use, right? If I get the cabinet and turn the mics on, I have an SM57 dynamic mic in mic A, and I have an unnamed ribbon mic over here, and then I have a third mic, which is a stereo pair of small diaphragm condenser mics. Ribbon mic has a different tone from the 57, and there are reasons to use any of these. I don't particularly like the quality of sound that I get from them. Where with the NadIR, I get two cabinets I can use at the same time, and I can decide how much of what's happening with them, right? So on the NadIR, and I'm using these same settings across all of the amps that I'm going to demonstrate here. In general, if you want a thicker guitar tone on a recording, and you're not, and let's say that you're going to double track, you're going to record two guitar tracks. If you want a thicker rhythm guitar, you can record a single speaker, or you can get two cabinets together to shape a more full, a more realized tone by having two cabinets. So I'm gonna unbypass this and use it, and then I am going to mute. We're gonna just use the center mic, and I'm using the 441U microphone. Dialect asks, so a typical recording of electric guitar music is of the amplifier and not a direct input. You would be surprised, actually. There's precedence for both. In general, if you're listening to a dirty, like a distortion amp tone of a rhythm guitar, of a lead guitar, say, especially if the characteristic of the amp is the thing that's most important, you're hearing a recorded through a mic on the guitar amp. Some clean guitar tone, believe it or not, is a DI directly into the console. It's not Stairway to Heaven, but Led Zeppelin on... It's not Black Dog, but it's on either Led Zeppelin 3 or Led Zeppelin 4. The clean tone that's being used, I say clean, they have a saturated input DI guitar being used there because it was aggressive enough for what they were looking for without having an amp tonality to it. 9 Inch Nails uses a ton of DI guitar as the tone because it is off-putting. It doesn't sound like your normal recorded guitar would, and it gives you just kind of a different flavor, right? So I'm gonna grab the SM57 for the center and demonstrate what these just changing the mic on the speaker sounds like. Right, so this is centered SM57. And now we're going to go to off-axis, which will have a different tone. And you can hear it, it's less biting. Let's go to the 441. It has a different kind of bite from the 57. Tighten this loop up. Right? I didn't touch the knobs. I didn't change guitars. Nothing is different except for what speaker is being, except for how it's being mic'd. It's the only difference. And sometimes that might be the thing that is the thing you're looking for, right? Now, I tend to blend two mics together because as much... the other thing that I've done, let me talk about the EQ on these, right? If you have an impulse responses are recorded kind of 20 to 20, like they're flat, full, they're FR style IRs, full response, flat. I can't remember what the other R is. Essentially, they're made to replicate a speaker that's giving you the full spectrum of sound. An amplifier does, like we were talking about earlier, the amplifier doesn't deploy every bit of frequency in that range. It is a very specific, narrowed amount. And in fact, a guitar amp really isn't wanting to output stuff higher than like 11K usually. And even the stuff in 11K, you don't necessarily want. A lot of it's hiss, a lot of it's squeak, like it's noise you don't need. And on top of it, because of the nature of the instrument, you actually don't want a lot of the sub-frequencies either. You want some for the... We'll go into why you want a little later on. But in general, I like these sort of settings for my cabinets where 80 hertz is the high pass and 9K as the low pass. This still gives me enough of the treble going into the top end to have some definition, some character, but it's also not giving me a ton of frequencies I don't need that I then have to scoop out with EQ after the fact. If you get these... there's a saying that Joe Gilder, also here on YouTube, says, right? Get it right at the source. If you can dial all of this stuff in here, in your shaping phase, in your sketching phase, in your arranging phase, your composing phase, everything that comes before mixing, you get the tone right here, you save yourself hours of work on the other side. Hours, right? Just getting this right here. And you have all the time in the world to make this your playground. So I'm going to start with the 441U on the center, and then I'm going to slowly add in the 57 off axis. And we're going to get a different characteristic because we're blending two speaker tones together. You're going to... I happen to notice that it sounds more full because there's things happening between the two speakers, but let's just demonstrate by hearing it. Right? It doesn't have the sharpness of the just dead on like center cone speaker. It doesn't have, I don't want to call it deadness, but it doesn't, it has more character than the off axis. The two of them together have a much more complex, sort of unique signal to them. And again, it's very crisp. So just these two things help a lot. Now, if I was going to double track this, and what do I mean by double tracking, right? I'm going to have to set up a second instance of Ampire to do this, but that's okay. So let's say that I have this one DI guitar here. Marilyn Manson was, well, a lot of 2000s metal and rock bands like the eerie tone. Yeah, that. Now, Marilyn Manson had the benefit of John Five being his guitar player, and John Five is one of the most incredible musicians in this or any era. And if you have that in your band, like, you should be doing all kinds of cool stuff. But I digress. If you're going to double track, I'm going to duplicate this real quick, and I'm going to record a second DI guitar line, and I'm going to try and match it to the other one. So let's get that on, and I'll just make a separate instance of Ampire to explain what's happening with the double track. Now, double tracking normally should be done with a different instrument. if you've got another style of guitar VST or instrument, grab that and use it as the second guitar. If you have stems and you don't have a recorded one, we have to go and do some other fun things to, change the character of the sound, but that's okay. It can be done, right? I'm recording this with one guitar. You might be working with a guitar player who only owns one guitar, and that's fine, right? There are things that we can do. So I'm going to go ahead and do a loop recording on this. No, I want to loop. I probably need more balance of that. Getting a slightly different. Oh, right. Okay. Because I got to pop it in and out. Otherwise, it comes through the recording. Let me get a whole measure. Don't pre-count it. Just give it to me. Now, I was a little bit sloppy on the take, on the original take, which is fine. So I have two DI guitars, right? Let me not record enable them, and I'm going to pull that out of Ampire, and I'm going to put one on the left and I'm put one on the right, because this is the use case in which you would do a double tracked, because you're trying to get more thickness by splitting your guitars left and right. Right? Ideally, when you do this, you're not creating any phase canceling issues, but we can talk about that. All right, now I don't have an easy way of duplicating, so let's send that to Ampire. So we are not getting all of the signal, which is very interesting. Oh, I believe I know what's happening. It's a Studio One bug. Weird. I don't have my... This is a thing that's not supposed to happen. Well, that's funny. Ampire is supposed to be able to take signal from the right. That's fun. Okay. And it's bringing the gate up, but it's not actually coming through. It's not sending any signal into it. Yeah, the speaker alone acts as a kind of compressor. In general, what is happening between an amp head and the speaker cabinet is compression, right? What's happening inside the speaker is compression, right? There's only so much signal when you're doing different boosts and hitting the transistors in a certain way. There's only so much of the signal and the character of the signal that can go into the speakers. So compression naturally is going to happen. And when you start getting into high gain tones, you're getting compression that's happening in the signal and saturation and things of that nature in it. Different speakers have different characteristics, just like the microphones that play against them have different characteristics. And yeah, they definitely act like compression. That's a good ear that you have. Why is it not getting input from the right channel, but it will get input from the left? That is very, very, very weird. Dual mono? Nope, still not. Okay, so it has nothing to do with the amp sim. Okay. Oh, okay, that's good to know. I figured out why. And then that has to be dual mono as well. Okay. Okay, so I have figured it out. If you are running mono on the Tube Screamer pedal, and you're trying to send two things, like let's say you, this would not be a way that I would set it up. By the way, I would not have an output as my effects chain. I would be putting it on individual channels. However, amp sims will eat up a lot of your system resources. And even though I have them to spare, it's not ideal in this circumstance for demonstration to bounce back and forth between amps by like putting chains on and off. That would be distressful. So I'm doing that as buses instead. And in order to get stereo stuff, you have to stereo enable these to function on a bus. So what we're hearing now is the two tracks together. So we've got the original in the left, and we've got the new one in the right. I'm going to sum to mono real quick to make sure there's no phase cancellation. And there is. Yeah. Okay. So this is where I'm going to talk about the problems with double tracking and getting double tracking wrong. So when I sum to mono, you're going to hear phasing. Especially when the waveforms are playing together, because it's the same guitar playing the same notes at roughly the same time. So it's going to sound like a mess. Especially on the mono, because it's the exact same sound in both speakers. Now, you could spread them in stereo, and it sounds okay, but you still have phasing issues that are happening. You just don't hear them until you sum it to mono. And what does that phase issue sound like? So you're hearing phase cancellation happening in not just the mids, but also the top end. You are hearing what's the best way to describe it? It sounds hollow. It sounds like it's missing a lot of the character that's supposed to be happening, right? There's a whole lot of conversation I'm going to have to catch up on. Studio monitor speaker listeners be like, yeah, because you'd hear the phase cancellation in your room. 100%. They would definitely be saying that. So this is not a thing that we want to do in general. We don't want to dual track. You don't want to double track using the same amp with the same settings. It's not a good way to present what you have going on. So I'm gonna switch this back from dual mono to mono. Right. We're gonna leave the left hand tone the way it is, and I'm going to use Guitar Rig with a fairly similar setup. So Guitar Rig looks like this. Let's see if I can get it to pull up. All right, cool. Guitar Rig looks like this. I'm using the Jump, and the Jump is modeling a different Marshall amp. And it's not like Marshall makes a whole bunch of different models. This is modeling the JMP, and it has a similar characteristic to the JCM-800 in that it has a high and low switch. We have preamp. We have all the same dials, but fundamentally the guitar tone is different. And even though it's modeling a similar amp, different amp sims that are modeling that amp don't all sound the same. And we're going to use this to our advantage, right? So in the left ear, we're going to listen to the original, original recording. Yeah, we're going to listen to the original take, right? All right, now let's hear the other one. Oh, this one also doesn't want to see the right channel. So I'm instead going to center these. And then I'm going to make the amps. I'm going to put the buses left and right. How about that? That's what we're going to do. It's really good to know that just doing this process is saturation compression by itself. Really, yes. I'm happy to deliver this information because it's a lot to say and it's a lot to hand over, but it's important to know, right? So let's hear it again. On the left, we have our original signal. Oh, I can. Okay. Different tonality. I also don't have. I have a noise gate on Guitar Rig, but I don't use the same noise gate here. It does lack fine controls, so. By the way, on this, I'm using the same NadIR amps, the same settings as I was before. We're using a different amp head, but we're using the same cabinet, right? Speakers might have their own thing that they have going on, but it's the same thing, right? These are different, right? So let's hear them together. I think I actually do need to turn Guitar Rig down because what you're hearing right now is the difference in loudness, and that's not helpful. I'm going to turn all of the amps down right now just for everyone's benefit. That's why I stay away from Guitar Rig. It's going to add to my analness on sounds. Yeah. Reaper with my laptop cries enough as it is with FX Chains. Yeah, Guitar Rig is... On my system, it's not super intensive, but it can get there, right? Let me turn everything down, and now we're hearing a more balanced take. I'm going to turn off the Guitar Rig noise gate, and I'm going to instead just duplicate. There we go. That's better. And when I sum to mono, there's still a little bit of phase cancellation, but it's not nearly as bad, right? There's always going to be a little bit of phase cancellation when you record with the same instrument to do the job, right? It's just something that's going to happen. We can only mitigate it so much, right? We can adjust tone dials on the amps. We can change speakers. We can change mics, all that sort of stuff. And in general, double tracking, even though you can record the same part and balance them back and forth, what you kind of want to do instead is give more of the part, give more different tonality to it, right? So if the two guitar tracks not starting together, that's right. Yeah, let me bring the if I bring the drums in, it's going to be annoying on the recording. Let me do it now. So I'm going to bring the drums in and record to that. You're not going to hear the recording, me dialing the recording, just because of the nature of how I have this set in, but we're still going to get it in there, right? So this time, instead of recording the root notes in the same spot on the neck, I'm going to record them in a different spot so it's played slightly differently, and I might need to do it a couple of times, right? So let's back it up a whole measure. I don't hear the drums anymore. What happened? Why are the drums not playing? Oh, because the channel's muted. Yeah. Might help if I record enable. Nope. So I tend to do loop recordings because it's helpful to me to do them. I will play the part over and over and over again until I get it. There we go. That's the keeper right there. So this is played in a different spot on the neck, and it's played to the drum kit. And I might go back and record the other DI line just to make sure they're good. Still a bit of phasing, but it's not awful. Me annoyed everyone in his house doing retake after retake of the same vocal phrase. Yeah, I mean, that's part of recording. It's part of being a musician, is that you got to redo the takes until you get them right. Now, the phase canceling is still going to happen. I'm going to retake this top track because it is just, now that I can do it to the drums, I will be able to get a much cleaner take. Yeah. There we go. Okay. These should be a lot more together. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. All right, so this is a much better double track. You can hear kind of like they're played in different spots on the neck. I could turn my tone knob all the way down. Like, these are ways to get different tracks enough on your stereo to get something better. In general, if you're doing stereo splits, like if you're getting a left guitar and a right guitar on your rhythms to get that thicker, more, you're trying to get more rhythm guitar happening by doing the split. One of the main processes is to do full left, full right, to go super wide. You can narrow that band down, but I'm finding more and more that narrowing my rhythm guitars creates more phase cancellation issues than I would like, and I now have less room in the stereo spread for all the other instruments I'm inevitably going to have in these. Right, my process just involves lots of instruments. It's the unfortunate nature of the business sometimes. So if I give my guitars super wide left and right, the center is wide open for the lead guitar. So let me add a third DI track, and I'm going to send that to Amplitube, which has yet another Marshall. And if you want to use any gear in trial mode, okay. Please start the IK Multimedia Product Manager and restart Amplitube 5. Does that mean this is not going to play back? If I... Ooh. It just creates feedback. That's funny as hell. Oh, okay. They got me. I got. Okay, so let's start IK Product Manager. You got me good, Amplitube. Okay, so it's authorized. It's on. Can't wait because that Sims Rejects. It is. It's great. Rock band recording is like a plane. The drums are the engine, the bass is the passenger compartment, the guitars are the wings, and the vocals are the pilot. 100%. Okay, now, is it still going to feedback again? Yes, it is. Okay. So I think this amp is just too hot. Power it off real quick. Is it still just going to feed back? I don't have, it's interesting, I don't have a noise gate on Amplitube either. Probably because it has added a noise gate at the front. It has, and I don't care to use it. We're just going to duplicate the gate all the way across. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. So it's weird that I don't hear the amp, but that's okay. We're going to hear it momentarily. Let's add a top center guitar line. Yeah, it might help for me if I bring the drums back so I can hear what's happening. Oops. I keep coming in late. Oh. All right, let me give myself some more counting leeway. Because that's part of the problem is that this comes in on the it comes in on the 2 or on the 3. There we go. Okay. We'll cut that one off, and we'll use that. We'll use take 2. All right, let's add that third amp into the mix. We're adding a third Marshall. This one is using much higher voice. Right, so this is emulating, it's the Brit 8000, so it's the JCM 800. I also have a lead one. Amplitube 5 comes with a lot more options for what you have for gear, right? I'm using one that I can duplicate across, right? Same speaker cabs as before, all have the same settings. Just having the 3 tracks like that, right? Lead right up the center, 2 rhythm guitar tracks. So it's the same concept, but in the split. Just those right there. All we have are 3 tracks, and it with the drums sounds a lot more together. I'm gonna add the bass in to bring some more of that low end in. Sounded much thicker. Three tracks. If you got these as stems and you set it up like this with 3, so Ampire admittedly is not free. It comes with buying the DAW. You do get it for free, or you would if Studio One still offered Prime, which was Studio One 5 and or 6. as a free version. I don't know if they are going to offer it again later or something. It's an option, right? I have 3 different amps for color for what we have going on. I'm going to remove Amplitube from the equation because we can't get Amplitube right everywhere, right? Let me put Amplitube and Guitar Rig together. Mute the lead track real quick. For the tone and rhythm of a voice, yeah, some of this amplitude stuff will help, but as far as I know, it's also about the compression, reverb, and playing with volume automations for synth. Okay, yeah, that's yeah. All right. Trying to imagine Seth going bananas when he was trying to learn the Zone S riffs. It is a lot. Zone F's is just a lot to put under the hands, and I was doing takes for an hour and a half straight, and like when I'm tracking guitars, I will track for like 4 hours sometimes without taking a break. Music's just one of those things where unless someone tells me to stop and break for food, I will keep working. I will happily keep working and then eat later because it's like, hunger later. Guitar feedback. Yeah, guitar feedback is fun to do. It's a little hard to get with amp sims. So here's Guitar Rig and Amplitude together as the rhythm guitars. Let's make it just the guitars real quick to really hear. Yeah. After hearing Amplitude and Guitar Rig, I kind of am like, Ampire, because it doesn't sound bad. But Amplitube and Guitar Rig together, it's just so much thicker. It sounds so much more closer to the model of the amp. And what I'm going to add a third free amp into here, which is the Emissary by Ignite Amps. Now, the Emissary also is a tube amp, but it's not trying to model a real-life amp, right? It is doing its own thing. However, you could still dial in very similar style of tones because it is emulating a tube amp. It's a tube head. So noise gate at the front. We have the same settings for the 808 for the Tube Screamer. We're using the same cabinets. We're just using a different amp head on the top, right? On the third guitar. Like for heavy tone, that is Let's add the bass for some more of that low end. Oh yeah, bring the drums back. And again, this is like a $200, $300 guitar with another $100 of pickups put into it, right? These strings are old as hell, right? I didn't buy brand new strings. This is like as budgety as you can get for doing a thing. Like, do I have a somewhat more expensive audio interface? I have an SSL2, yes, the 2-channel. That's like a $300 interface, right? $300 2-channel interface. For $500 for just the physical equipment plus cables and things, let's call it $600, right? For $600, I've got everything I could possibly need to make this delicious. So Webinar was in fact a subliminal message from me to convince everyone to start FF7 Slums Remix by tomorrow. Hey, all of the stems that are going to be here are available for you. You can do anything you want with them. If that means they just sit on your hard drive, if they end up in a remix you submit to the panel, all that's fine. These are stems for your use. I want you to be able to use them to play around with with tone shaping, all of that sort of stuff. So we've looked at dirty amps, and we've looked at getting DI stems, right? I'm going to show I really need to build a clean amp model, and I'll do that here live with you guys because this one is running into this VSTi I have here is emulating an SG. It is the Caro Rifer Cute Emily Guitar 64-bit edition, right? I think that'd be a great way to take the track, 100%. This is not the greatest sounding guitar VST, and it has, for a free VST, it does a lot. It's got a huge spectrum of notes, right? And it includes some knobs, but the problem that I have with these knobs is that I can't assign them to anything, right? I can't grab them and find a way to get control of them. I can't add them to I can't put these to macros. I can't do anything with these knobs. So there's no way to automate, for example, the volume knob. You can't automate its pan, any of this stuff. You sort of set it and then kind of like, you almost have to do some recording of the thing where you're adjusting these and send that output separately. Like, you could get it to do so, but right-clicking the knobs doesn't do anything either. Unfortunately. It's a pain in the butt. But what it does have is it has a large spectrum. You're not limited to like the first 4 frets. It's got them all. Now, like a lot of other free VST, what it does lack is round robins. So you get this like machine gunny automation lanes in the MIDI region. I presume it does have some CCs, so maybe. Let's try that real quick. Let's add volume. Let's add balance, I assume, is the pan pot. Volume pan mute, that's for audio. All right, cool. So it does not seem to be changing. So here's what this guitar sounds like. Oh, I don't mind that volume. Get louder at the top. Ooh, interesting. So the automation lanes do help here. Good shout out, Josh. I'm going to drop the volume down at the end because it sustains a little too long. Yeah. Okay, cool. One of the things that I do like to do is loop stuff, because if you can loop it, why not? Why not loop it, right? We have... This line doesn't change in the rhythm, so let's just loop it. So let's just hear the whole A pass, right? Okay, I have to copy and then paste it and then paste it and then paste it. Cool. And then, yeah, that's fine. As Bo Burnham said, repeat stuff, repeat stuff, repeat stuff. Ah, you gotta scoot stuff. There we go. sweet. Okay, so we're sending the cute Emily guitar to Ampire right now, and Ampire is not. It's giving us still a distortion tone, right? We are gonna want a clean guitar. I think that we should be using a clean guitar for that very specific for that arpeggio. Mostly because it, like, what we're getting out of having the distortion is a lot of the same. Let's get something that's a change in what's going on, right? So I can do another guitar rig one. I was pretty sure. So the thing is, I downloaded another amp, and it did not. The Shatterglass Audio Ace. Yes. This is the one I want. Give me a bus channel. We're going to call this the Ace. And let's pop in. Let's just set the Ace there, and we're going to dial this in. So the Ace, this is modeling a solid-state tweed American amp. What the hell does that mean? So a tweed amp is talking about the stitching, right? On the actual the cover of the speaker, right? Tweed they used on like the old style Fender amps. You'd sometimes see them on like the AC on some of the Vox amps. It basically is the tell that this is a solid state combo amp, right? Single speaker, like that's all that's going on. We're not going stereo. It's very simple amplifier. We have an input stage. We have an output stage. We have an input, so that's the signal going in because it's a VST. We have the input of the preamp. We have feedback, and we've got output, right? This is a pedal platform amp. Like, I'm going to put the feedback to 0 because we don't want any, and I'm going to loop the give me that clean guitar chord. And we're just going to loop it for the measure. Yeah, that's nice. Let's adjust this automation lane here. Yeah, that's not bad at all. I want to bring that up. Little hot. A little too hot. Okay, but the tweed itself does nothing to the tone, right? Tweed just happens to be the style, or yeah, the fabric on the outside of the grill does not really affect the tone. The only thing to know about a tweed amp is that it is that style of amplifier. It's an onion on your belt, 100%. When you see a tweed amp, you kind of have an idea that you're dealing with a solid state combo amp. It's probably not a high wattage amp. It's probably like a 10 or a 15 watt. Sometimes they go up to like 50, but you're dealing with a low wattage single speaker amp. And especially based on the tone of it, we don't have a tone knob on the amp either. We just have clean guitar. It's very country, right? It's also for pop, right? Like, the thing about this amp is that it's made to take pedals. Because it sounds pretty similar to the DI tone, right? If I take it off, I have an amplified DI tone. Let me go to mode A instead of B. We want the cab on for sure. Yep. And then let's grab... I'm going to pop Guitar Rig on here and use it as my pedal board. Just to demonstrate using a pedal platform, right? So I want components. I want any of that stuff. And so what do we want on this amp? We want a compressor at the front because we want our dynamics to be somewhat similar. Let's do a stomp compressor. A little less sustain. Sounds like it's stretching the reverb a little. What you're hearing is the volume knob get adjusted on the VST, and it kind of has a little waver going on into it. Let me look at my filters. We've got. Let me go with Pro Filter. Okay, so Pro Filter doesn't do anything. I want Auto Filter. Yeah. Give me a high pass. So this is like an auto-wah kind of thing going on here, right? What is in my modifier? These are analog sequencer, envelope, LFO, step sequence. Interesting. My modulate. Yeah. Give me chorus. And we're going to give it like order. Yeah. It's too wide. Yeah, that wee woo. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there we go. It's a nice affected signal. Let's hear it against the rest. And you might be like, oh, it's not really loud enough. Because it probably isn't. It's like watching Bob Ross paint. Yeah. It's kind of like that. It's pretty grungy. Yeah. So rather than adding reverb to the amp stage, in general in a mix, what you would do is you would set up, I think rather than a bus, I'm going to set up effects channels. And I'm going to set up a reverb, and I'm going to set up a delay, right? Listen to a lot of Metallica. You'll have heard this a lot. Yeah, Metallica very specifically for their clean tone does a super chorusy, solid state, like pedal platform amp. They use a pretty boutique one, but yeah, like this is well within the genre to handle it like this. So let's grab some other free ones. I'll just use what I have inside of Studio One because this is what you naturally would have inside your own DAWs. Let me grab, I would use Open Air, but let me grab the kind of less, it's not even less good. We'll grab Supermassive for the reverb. So I'm thinking that sort of post-grunge metal sound, 100%. This will apply to other DAWs with perhaps different verbiage. Yes. Okay. Let's grab us a reverb. Give me a medium, and let's go with the like bright room. And I'm gonna send some guitar to it. Now, in general, I'd want to send a little bit of everything to it, but just so that we have an idea of what adding reverb to this dry guitar track sounds like. Give me a little more of that send. That's nice. 100% mix. Ooh, yeah. Give me some more of that. My bread and butter is Supermassive, and then get told everything sounds like it's swimming out. Well, it does. It can sound like it's swimming in alcohol if you sort of abuse what's going on, right? I feel like I'm not sending a ton. The problem is that, all right, I can't send it. All right, so what was happening is I was sending the channel itself to there. I need to send the amp to the reverb, which is why I was like, what's happening here? Rookie mistake. There we go. By the time I figured it out, Josh was like, "You're doing it wrong." Ooh, that is nice. I mean, you could send the DI to the reverb. That might be a thing that you want to do. Let's get a little bit of delay in here as well, and I will grab... I kind of hope that other DAWs do this at some point. I like groove delay is my delay of choice. And the reason I like it is because I have a lot of control over Chef's Kiss. Oh, yeah, as wow. That's interesting click tone at the top of the ARP. Right? That kind of... Where are you? Yeah, the groove delay by itself is not doing the thing. So 75 is cool. Let's make the next one 50, and we'll make the next one 25. And then tap 4 is just gone. That's perfect. Generally mean that doesn't actually turns into like a snap. Yeah. The click, it's not really an upwards pluck. So the reason I added this automation lane for velocity, right? On the VST, just like on the instrument, the harder you hit it, with a pick or with your finger, you get a different timbre out of the attack, right? In general, when picking, I need to be able to look at my camera when I see this. So with the guitar pick, this is what is known as a jazz style guitar pick. It's really, it's heavy, like it's thick, you can't bend it, and it's small. And it's meant for you to just kind of hold like this, and then you have this little bit of stuff to work with. So there's not a lot of material, and it's easy to move. If I'm picking strings, right, let's see if I can angle this in a way to see, right? If I'm picking the strings like this with the pick where it's like straight on, that has a certain tonality. And if I rotate the pick in such a way where I change the angle of attack on the edge, it has a very different tonality. And let's see if it's, all right, this is not coming to you at the moment. Let me demonstrate with the, okay, it is coming through. All right, so if I pick straight on, let me move I'm going to adjust the camera downward if I can toward the guitar. Let's turn the light on. I'll get the microphone in position here. So if I pick straight downward without palm muting, right? It's a very like even body tone. I'm not using upstrokes. I'm just using downstrokes, right? Even when I alternate the upstroke, has a different quality to it. So in the VST could be emulating an upstroke on one of its velocities. I'm going to shift over to rotating the pick, my picking hand, instead of being straight on, I'm going to give it a little bit of an angle. So I'm actually going to strike with more of the other edge of the pick. And it's a little hard to hear on the DI what's happening. So let me see if it will let me demonstrate it through an amp. So let me demonstrate it through Amplitube. Amplitube hates it when I do that. How about Guitar Rig? Are you going to hate me? Programming the MIDI with the velocities falling from the first note to the fourth, so it's possible it's triggering different layers of samples. Yeah, it is. And that's when you're kind of playing with a VSTi, in general, that's what you want to do, is play with the velocities so that if your instrument has different samples on them, you get the most out of it. And then if you can automate the volume on the MIDI as well, you can get kind of this sort of push and pull of different articulations. So if I turn my pick, and I'm going to palm mute these because you can hear more of the pick attack in a palm mute, right? This is straight on, and it's not terrible. When I turn my pick inward, you can hear more bite on the attack. You can't hear it in the DI, but you can hear it in the amp. And the harder I pick, the harder you pick, the more treble you get out of your transient, the more of those style of frequencies you get. So if you want aggressive on a guitar, you have to play aggressive. You can't just like... You can get like the tone of the amp will do the thing, but it's still not right. Like you have to bring it across in the recording, right? So if you want your VSTIs to do this as well, you got to hit those velocities hard. You got to slam them to get that sound. If that style of chug is what you're going for a clean tone, that's not necessarily what you want. Like you might want cleaner picking. That's just for Matt. That's just for Matt. Right there. Happy birthday. Now, where was I on clean tones? Yes. Okay. So I was getting my delay dialed in. So I'm gonna. I could use the cutoff. I'm not. What I am gonna do is use the pan to see the pan. So the first tap is gonna be on the left. The second tap is going to be on the right, and then the third tap is also going to be on the left. And a fourth tap I'll add in, and it will also be on the right, so it bounces 4 times. Let's change the levels up. So 75, 50, this will be 33, and this will be 12.5. So not quite even staging, but we should hear... That's maybe a little too much feedback. There we go. Yeah. We don't have a lot of instruments here, right? We've got one bass, and the bass that we're using is the Stratus, or is the Shreddage Precision, right? Using the Picky preset, which it comes with its own amp. I haven't even dialed in a bass tone yet. This is just the preset for the bass. I haven't had to do anything other than grab it and call it a day, right? It's giving me a split coil sound, like all that sort of stuff. I haven't even played with the bass yet. This is just what the bass is providing. The stems from Josh and it. This is it, right? Nothing super crazy, and we still have this really nice. Like here's the A section. that piano book organ. Let's get this B section, heavier guitars in here. So, in general, and I will have a webinar. Well, not a webinar. I'll have a video that'll go on YouTube sometime this summer, talking about my process for when I'm tracking, when I'm looking at stuff, how to simplify things recording wise in a transcription, right? So what I do, like if I can, I'll find a guitar tab for it, learn it, and then play it to the track, right? If I have a MIDI, I'll look at the MIDI notes. Because I know that my rhythm guitar is basically going to emphasize what the bass is doing and give the bass more of a voice so that the bass and rhythm are playing as this like kind of unified front. I'm going to see what the bass is doing and react off of that. So the way that I do that here is I look at what the MIDI notes have going on here, and I know that I'm going to need a different bass tone for this section. So it looks like we're going to C. I might actually drop tune this. Although I think I won't drop tune. This was meant to be played as though it's in D standard or drop D. I'm going to stay in D standard. There we go. Okay. So when writing chunky, thick guitars, right? If I see I've got C's right here. So I'm in a standard tuning, but I'm not tuned exactly the way I'm not tuned in exactly the same pitches as E standard for the guitar. So that would be E, A, D, G, B, E. Right? I'm tuned a whole step down. So this is D, G, C, F, A, D. And that gives me... It's a slightly deeper tone because we're a whole step down. But what it lets me do is get lower on the pitches and move my tonal center downwards. In general, because I see these C notes on the bass, that bass is going to be playing them probably on the 5th fret. It might be hard to do this because of the cabling. Let me see if I can get that a little clearer without interrupting my flow. Do that. All right, so the mic is kind of out of the way for guitars, and I'll scoot in. So the bass is probably playing somewhere here at the 5th fret. It's probably doing something like that, right? Let's whip the measure over. I could do. So if I do power chords here, because of the chords the organ's hitting, I'm creating sour notes. So it's not going to be to my advantage to play power chords. And what is a power chord on a guitar, right? A power chord is a perfect 5th, right? A root note and its 5th. Now, because of the harmonic series and how the harmonics like change with the notes, a perfect 5th on a guitar has a major tonality because there is a major 3rd overtone like somewhere way up there. So even though I'm not hitting it inside the tonal spectrum, there is a major note up in there, and root and it's dominant. Because of that, against this organ line, it's not going to sound very, it's going to sound kind of sour. So instead, I'm going to stack octaves. Now, playing this like totally clean is not going to sound excellent. I am going to record the line, and it looks like it just holds the same note the whole time. So that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to hold the same note the whole time. So let's add a $3 to the jar. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So that's one take. That's probably fine. I'm going to record 2 different versions of this. Natural cussing adds $5. Yeah. I can't help it. Sometimes I get that way. Let me have a sip of my drink. Okay. Now, I can, of course, just like with that, but that's not gonna give me what I'm looking for. I'm gonna record that. I'm gonna play it the way that I know I'm gonna want to hit it, even though when I would track this, I would do it being able to hear the amp. Because I can't hear the amp with this setup on the stream, I'm gonna record it knowing what I'm gonna get out of the amp. This is a hard thing to do, but it can be done, and that's why I'm gonna do it anyway. So I'll leave it playing. You're not really gonna be able to hear what's going on, but that's okay. I'll A/B both things, and then I'll re-record the first take with the second take approach. There we go. Okay, I cut a little too much out of there. Let's go to here. Okay, so the importance of palm mutes versus sustains, right? I'm going to A/B these real quick for you guys. That way you can hear why you do one versus the other, and how when you're trying to build up dynamics of a piece, these are kind of playing blocks that you can go with, right? So let me play the one with sustains first. It's going to be out of your left ear. It's not really sustains, it's staccatos without palm mutes. All right, now palm mutes. The two of them together are not going to sound bad, and in fact, they shouldn't have too much phase issues. Yeah. So what? Let me demonstrate for you what a palm mute is, because the angle might be a little hard to see. So normally when playing a guitar, the hand ends up kind of hovering a bit. I tend to pick somewhere in the center between the pickups, maybe a little closer to the bridge pickup, because I get a little more of the stuff. It does create a tighter sound. Yeah. The reason it's called a palm mute is because the palm, right? And I might be. Let me take the lamp and point it downwards instead of directly at, because I am overexposed because I'm a ghost. I'm going to take the meat of my palm, like the heel right here, and I'm going to gently lay it over the bridge where the strings connect. So this is the bridge of the guitar, right? And when I do that, if I choke it too much and lay it down, I get this like kind of, I don't necessarily want that where I'm like bearing down on it. I'm creating pressure and detuning the strings. If I do it gently, instead of having now muting, I get a more. It's a lower like focus tone. There's not as much brightness. You might think it's a little warmer, but because I'm muting part of it, it's not sustained. Now, I can sustain a palm mute, and it will ring out. It just will die sooner. It's like a quarter as long. The palm mute, if I also use my left hand as part of the muting, right? So if I'm like... You get 500 miles. Yeah. It like, this is a bolt-on neck guitar, and what that means is that it's not a single piece of wood that runs from the top part of the neck to the body, right? A bolt-on, the neck has been bolted. So when you have a single piece of wood as the whole guitar, the sustain is incredible because there's no physical gap in the molecules between where the string ends are. It's all on one thing, so it can sustain and reverberate all throughout the instrument. On a bolt-on neck, it's not none, but it's significantly less than on a neck through is what we call it, where the neck doesn't end at the body, it goes all the way through. So I don't have infinite sustain, but I've got enough sustain for it to keep going for like 4, 5, maybe 6 seconds. Right? On a neck through, it might be something like 9 seconds. Like you get a lot of sustain, especially on a bend. On a palm mute, right, I can get, especially the top notes, it's one resonating chamber instead of 2 pieces. Yes, exactly. The top notes get a little... They get this like thwacky kind of thing happening on a palm mute. The left hand is just as important for muting, right? Like if I fret here at the 12th fret and leave it, right, it'll go forever. But if I hit it and not pull my finger off, but release the pressure and then lay down my other fingers lightly, I also get mutes. That's part of articulating how it comes across. So what you'll hear in a palm mute take versus the not palm mute take versus the sustains. And I was thinking about re-recording them, but I actually might leave them because it creates 2 different sounds in the stereo field. Yeah, it does remind you of Island in the Sun. Yeah. So these are like ways of approaching. And notice that I'm not going to take a third guitar line here. And the reason is that we want room for the organ to come in and shine in the center channel. And the only way I can do that is if I don't add a third guitar layer of chunky chunks. It's right inside where the organ wants to be. Like, if I put a third guitar layer in there, I don't have enough room for the organ. And so I'm going to leave it out. The nice part is that the clean guitar is happening when the other guitars aren't. And there's enough room to kind of like bring the fader up for it and then bring the fader down in the mixing stage, right? For all those things to happen. So we have a nice A and B happening here. I'm going to play all of what we've done so far. Yeah, that's not bad. Is that Emily guitar from Sonatina? I'm not actually sure. The file is Caro Rifer. It might be from Sonatina because this UI is it's pretty bog standard. It is. Ooh, okay, so the volume envelope is this volume knob. So it does emulate the volume knob doing a swell. Which you might think, oh, that's not realistic. But if that volume knob was a floor pedal instead and it was like an expression coming up and down, that's the way it's being treated here. Sorry, I got a fly flying around. I wish it didn't like fully die, but that's okay. So there's that. The current time is 10:46 Eastern, right? We've got an A, we've got a B. There is a C section to this that Josh graciously provided that I have not tracked. I don't know that we're going to get a whole lot more juice out of this by doing so, especially because with what's here, you can kind of recreate enough to get you started, right? This would let you the stems that are here are gonna be able to get you started on a track, right? One thing that we're talking about doing as the Sages is doing sort of like I believe Matt called it the home workshop, #home workshop, where together at the start of like a week, the Sages will put together like hey, we're going to start a composition. It's going to be in this genre. This is the opening stage of the composition. So if Matt was doing it, right, if it was like a psytrance or other EDM style, the beginning of a composition of the track is not like, let me go grab the MIDI and let me start figuring stuff out and all that sort of stuff. The fundamental starting point for psytrance is dialing in your kick and your bass. Before you even have notes or stuff going on, you get that relationship ready, right? So that would be like week 1. And then the task would be like, here's the tools to you all on the server. Come in and show us what you worked on with that. Take these tools, work on it, come back next week, demonstrate it. And then we do the next piece of the puzzle. And then take that home, work on it, show us what you got, the next piece of the puzzle, etc., etc. As you slowly build a track in that style, whether you're familiar with that style or not, with tools that are accessible to you and a way to approach it that will make it make more sense, right? If I was to do it for rock, for instance, the thing that we would start on week 1 is not let's go get a MIDI. It's let's dial in a guitar tone we like. And then let's use that the next week to explore what we can do with that guitar tone and let sort of the creative process evolve out of finding a tone that you like, right? It's in that sort of playfulness, that like exploring what's possible instead of I know for certain I want to do this song and like this. If you have the idea of the tonality and then you go look for the song with that in mind, it kind of makes the rest of it flow. I don't want to say easier, but it can flow a different way, right? So I don't know the particulars of how we're going to do the home workshop yet, but definitely be expecting to see some home workshop show up, right? I think this is a good time for questions. I was going to record a bass in, but the Shreddage bass is doing so well. Would you guys like me to demonstrate recording a bass and using some of this bass VSTi that I have? And I got to give it like 30 seconds to get an answer. Yes, please. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, cool. That's what we're going to do. Let me mute real quick. Okay, and because I am a Schecter lad, I like bass probably too much. Hey, there's nothing wrong with liking bass, right? So this bass used to... This bass is my favorite bass in the whole world. It belonged to one of my best friends from school. Give me the kank. Don't ask for the kank if you can't handle the kank. Don't. This bass belonged to Josh and I's very first friend when we moved to a little small city outside of Phoenix called Avondale. This was way back when. And the first friend we made, we formed a band together, and this was his bass. And when we grew up, and you know how people do, they grow up, they find people they want to be with, they get married, all that sort of stuff. My friend no longer wanted to play music because he couldn't fit it into his life, and he gave me his bass because he knew that I would continue to use it. So Ryan, I still play it today. I'm still going to continue to play it. It is it's well taken care of, and it's my favorite thing. Yes, absolutely nothing goes on in Avondale. Hopefully I'm in D standard. I'm in drop D. Okay. Let's fix that. We gonna tune. There are 4 high schools and houses galore now. That's true. They really tried to make something of the place. So a tip for tuning for the guitar players out there, and this is probably true of instruments in the orchestra as well. When you tune, the phrase is tune up. And you might be like, why are they saying tune up? Because of the physics of the string, right? Like, let's see if I can get this into frame. Kind of. Okay, right. So the tension of the string is going around the post when you turn the winder, when you turn the tuner. When you tune up, it creates more tension on the winding, and when you loosen, it releases the tension. So if you tune downwards to go down and don't tune back up, like let's say that you tune down past the note you're going for and then tune up, like to it, it'll grip and hold its tuning longer. If you leave it lax, there's no more tension, and it will drop the note. It will detune sooner. So remember, tune up. Now, thankfully, in VSTi land with digital instruments, you don't have to worry about any of this because the samples were recorded ideally perfectly in tune. If you're using Shreddage was recorded by Sixto with the guitars perfectly in tune. You don't got to worry about that. If you're using other VSTi, your mileage may vary. If you're using sound fonts, the sound fonts have been tuned ideally. Like, it's in the digital realm, you don't necessarily have to worry about this as much as in the physical realm. Okay, and we're almost there. If you're curious what I'm doing now, I am tuning with by playing harmonics, because some tuners on bass don't want to register the low note, like the open low note. So if I give it 1 octave up, or at the 12th fret, which is 1 octave, and I don't push down, but I lightly hold it, like the lightest burst of pressure over the fret, I will get 1 octave higher of that note. And I might have to change the gain of this, of the bass. Yeah, that might be a little hot on the DI. So this bass, unlike the Shreddage one, so a lot of the VSTi that you're going to find out there model, for the free ones especially, are going to model a Fender Precision or Fender P bass, because it's one of the most versatile bass sounds there is. You can use a P bass has a place in pop music, in metal, in rock, in hip hop, in jazz, in salsa, in banda music. Like, you can put a P bass basically anywhere and it's fine. Like, it's more than acceptable to put it there. This bass has a very different tonality. It has humbuckers, and not only does it have humbuckers, these are active, right? There is a 9-volt battery in the cavity where all of the electronics are popped, right? On a bass, typically with active pickups, there's a preamp that's driving everything, right? And so it's a much more throaty kind of. All right, so the only thing is if I go to pop. And what was I saying? Anyway, so the thing about bass, right? Let's pivot over to bass, right? Because I have a throaty sort of bass tone that's pretty good just on its own. Let's call this DI bass on the track. This is not the normal way that I record. Typically, when I record, I'll make a track and call it record. And if I'm using my Helix, I'll have 2 tracks. So I'll have one that's record amp, and I'll have a DI record, and I'll take them separately. Or I'll take them together so that I have the DI take with the amp modeling take. And I can kind of A-B off of that. I'm not going to do that here because then the tracks won't be named correctly, right? So with this bass tone, just the DI bass should sound pretty good. If I record and don't... Oh, the DI bass is trying to pop through Emissary. No, don't do that. No, don't do that. Definitely don't do that. Okay, if I record, is it going to play back? It is. Okay, so I have to take... I have to pop me out of there. Okay. Ooh, there's all kinds of discussion. Oh, yeah, time for bass. Okay. Not everybody's hanging out and chatting in the YouTube chat, and so I got to look at 2 chats at the same time. It's super fun. Okay. So I believe that line's the same. Can I one take this? We'll find out. Yeah. That's pretty good. I think that I could have handled the slide in better, so let's go and retake that. There we go. We'll scoot that over. All right, so this is our DI bass tone. Not bad. All right. While that's playing, I'm going to go grab a bass amp. Oh yeah, I do have to give you back the DAW. I was just going to selfishly listen to it myself. Okay. I'm going to let it play back, and while it's going through and doing that, I'm going to create the bass amp. I mean, you heard the DI bass while I recorded it. Oh, context. Yeah, that's true. Cool. Okay. So we'll loop that. I'm going to slowly put together this bass chain real quick. Okay, so Bass Pro gave me the matching amp and cab. The Bass Pro emulates another free... I have seen a lot of amp models for this, for the bass. Like, just like you can find a Marshall amp VST hanging around lots of places, you will find the Ampeg SVT amp, or a bass amp, pretty much anywhere. And the SVT is known colloquially as the refrigerator. And the reason it's known as the refrigerator is because the head is like maybe let's get my hands in front of the mic, is maybe like this big. It's as big as like the webcam, right? And then it's an 8x10 speaker cab. It's 8 10-inch speakers, and it's the size of a fridge, right? A lot of the older models of that speaker cabinet have wheels and a handle on the back so that you could tip it back and wheel it without having to get a dolly, because it's heavy, like it's what it's used for. Right, so let's get a little more bass. We're gonna pull the mids down. The frequency is gonna be at like 1.2K. We'll pull that down. The treble, I want a little bit of treble, but I don't want a ton. We'll turn the ultra high on, but not the ultra low. And let's hear what that sounds like. So I'll do it bypassed and then not bypassed. Yep. Mm-hmm. Give me that. Oh, yeah. Mastered can come down. Oh, sorry. The master can stay up, and then I'll turn the the cabinet volume down. Ooh, I like that, but there's not enough treble. Bring that treble back. Give me the 10K back, actually, not the 4K. 4K can stay out. Not that much. Hold up. Yeah. What's the B mic sound like? Okay. Let's grab the... Now, the SVT is a tube head? I don't actually want that there. And then get rid of the screamer. I'm going to use the Demon. We're going to set everything to noon to start with, and don't scoop. Just something to clean it up, right? Yeah, okay. That's pretty dang good. Yeah. All right. And then we'll A-B the other bass compared to this. Oh no, I said it again. When it's really good, it's really difficult. All right, so context is, the context of the mix is really going to be the decider about what bass tone you would use, where, and why, right? Here's the precision again. Right? I might actually prefer the precision for the A section. Although the two of them together does not sound bad. The thing is that there's no meat or muscle for the B section with the precision. Okay. DJ Makram is asking, by the way, why is the automation curve contouring so strictly on the Emmy? It's just the way that I dialed it. When I set it in, I wanted to bring it down, and then I copied the curve across. It just kind of stayed down the volume that way. I could remove the kind of the hard carries on these so that it slowly brought itself back up over time. This is a quick and dirty automation on this. It's more that I want some expressiveness happening in this, and I could change the curve if I wanted to as well, so that it instead of being a linear line, we have that nice Bezier curve. Bezier. I'm not French. Don't tell Arrow I said that. No, you can tell Arrow I said that. His French is way better than mine. In that I don't speak any at all. Right? Like, you can come in and add curves. And ideally, you would want to come in and add curves. Like, it's rare that you have, like, a linear kind of thing happening, right? With these expressions. You, like physically, it's just not something that's going to happen too much. So let me grab these real quick, copy those, and I'll pop them the rest of the way. Pop that there, pop this here. Now, I could like redo every expression every time it happens, but I don't necessarily think on something like this. I think this is a thing that can just be achieved. Like, if it's something you want to edit yourselves, you're totally welcome to come in and do so. Now, I didn't do any processing on the drums. There's no processing on the organ. The only processing that's happening right now is the amps themselves on the DI tracks, and that's it, right? I've added reverb and delay just to give that effect to the clean guitar. That's pretty much it. That's all we've done, right? So crunchy. Killer. Okay. Yeah. I will leave the stems here for the A and B section. And this way, if you want to use these, you can get creative with the C section, adding that stuff in. I think there's still a lot of potential for just kind of copy and pasting across the rest of the A that comes in. This is what? A, B, A, C, A, B? Pretty much. Abacab. We love it. We love a good abacab over here. We could stand an abacab. I'm going to bounce these stems out once the stream is over, and they will be dropped in... in fact, let me go ahead and just create I want a different Google Drive. Give me... this one's fine. Let's go home. Let me grab... these are my portfolios. let me figure out which one I need to get. We'll go to let's go to the camera for a bit. Where are you at, camera? Yeah, we'll hang out with Cam, right? And unfortunately, we're looking at how messy my desk is. So let's just kind of bring that back here, right? Cool. Yeah, we can see it's 11:15 back there. Let me find out real quick what drive folder I can establish. I'm trying to remember, and Josh, you might know better than I do, that Wendy's sippy cup. Yeah, you know, they got that crazy cream soda that I just had to have on my way home. Do you remember what folder which Google Drive we popped into for the other workshop where we hosted the files? Is that in our regular drive, right? Or I think it is our musical sharing one. Now I want a Slurpee. Dialogue, you were very welcome. I'm so thrilled to have a reason to do this. You know, Muggs root beer. Yeah, root beer would be better than the... No, I have root beer in here. Yeah, root beer and cream soda. Sometimes it's a spot that you want to hit, and it is the spot. Root beer here in the UK is meh. Probably. I mean, it's hard to beat the Americans sometimes in soda and swearing. Musical sharing. I want to say it's on here because we got the space. Yeah. Echoing, thanks. This is a cool session. What you're doing is beautiful, man. Keep it up. We're learning a lot. Cool. We're going to arm all of you with as much knowledge and stems and stuff as we possibly can. So let me make a new folder here in musical sharing, and then we'll bounce the stems. That way I can drop the link to the folder, provide in the description. It's also going to be in the Request for Sages channel, so the link will be there first for all of you who are here in the stream. It will be in the description of the VOD, as well as download links for all the VSTs that I used here, as well as some more that I didn't get to that I also tested for this. That way you can deploy any of these that you find that you're like, well, oh, that Moto bass by whatever they're called. I like that more than Shreddage. If that's your thing, man, use it, right? Like, I want you to be able to use guitar and bass in your mixes as effectively as anyone else. I want you to be able to, if you've got like, oh, I want to take a rock remix this time, cool. Don't let the fact that you don't know how to work any of these instruments stop you. Get in there and make something killer, right? Is it IK? It might be IK Multimedia. That sounds right. We're going to call it Tone Shape Webinar rather than calling it Help My Tone Sucks, because I think that you're not going to have a lot of fun if if your tracks are labeled Help My Tone Sucks. You're probably not going to feel very good about grabbing the tracks. So we'll just call it the webinar. I will bounce all the stems for these as is. Let's just go ahead and do that and go all the way start to finish. Give another like measure of silence or so the drums have time to ring out. Go. Okay. We'll bounce the stems. Any questions? Any more questions from you all while I am reading both chats trying to get an idea of what's happening? Okay. We are going to call this tone shaping. We're going to call it TSW. And what other signifiers? TSW None came to mind for me. Okay, cool. That's totally fine. Oh, I don't need to bounce the Ampire channel because we're not using it. I will bounce the guitar rig, amp stems so that you have them, and the Emissary and the Amplitude so that you have them. Yeah, I think that's right. I don't need to bounce the drums or the organ because I'll, Josh, if you want to just throw them on there. You had a tube compressor between the amp and the cabinet. Would you mind explaining why? I think I actually pulled that out of these ones, but let me see. Was it in Guitar Rig? Yeah, in Guitar Rig I did. Okay, so this is an optional. Let me just pop back over to the stream so we can see. All right, so this is an optional step. Mr. Steph, your campaign seems to have the momentum of a one-way freight train. Why are you so popular? I don't know how to answer that question because I just do stuff I would have done anyway, and then people show up. So I'm going to pop the question back to you. What's so engaging about my content that you keep showing up? This is an optional step. And the reason this step is optional is because it doesn't achieve the effect on. I have the compressor in line, but it is. If you'll notice, Josh, I have it disabled. As VQ was hinting at earlier in the chat, by hearing what is happening when the amp hits the speakers, when it hits the cabinet, it creates compression. Because the speakers can only push so much waveforms out. That is a super deep Simpsons cut. Super deep Simpsons cuts, by the way, work better on Josh than they do on me. Because even though I enjoy Simpsons memes, Josh is the studied and learned Simpsons meme master, right? Not a lot of the time. On some amp sims, you'll find that the way that the amp head is driving the cabinet is not emulating correctly. It doesn't matter how much you dime the master. It doesn't matter how much like signal you push into it. It's not like functioning the way that the speaker would, where it compresses the more volume you put into it. So the way that you can sort of counteract that, you can add a compressor in line between the amp and the cabinet. Now, I have the amp and cab turned off in Guitar Rig here. So with Guitar Rig, let's say I was using NadIR, right, for my amps or for my cab sims, which do react a lot better. If they weren't reacting well enough, I would put a compressor in line between the amp and the cabinet, and I don't want a ton of compression on it. I just want it enough to emulate the compressor getting, or the speaker cab getting compressed by the volume of the amp. This works great on high gain tones. It's not good on low gain tones. So on clean stuff, on a little bit of edge of breakup, kind of little bluesy sort of thing, that it's not necessarily going to do precisely what you want. It occurs to me that I did not demonstrate the difference between the distortion pedals. So let me do that real quick. And I'll do it on this. I'll do it on the center amp because I have it on the Emissary. Let me demonstrate that real quick. So we've got right now the Emissary, it being a tube head, right? I've got the tube screamer tone on it. Right? So the tube screamer sounds like a tube screamer. I can, of course, demonstrate what a rat sounds like instead as a distortion pedal. Not bad. And now let's hear the face bender. I'd rather hear the fuzz face, actually. Yeah. Each one has a different kind of characteristic, right? I have a high gain tone on the amp, so it's not extremely necessary for me to use a kind of high gain or a distortion pedal. Let me do the fuzz on the clean signal. Because that's more like what you're going to end up doing. Yeah, the difference is pretty subtle, right? Well, especially on a high gain signal. Because it's hard to hear and make out what the different distortion is doing against the distorted amp. However, on a clean amp, it's going to be much easier to tell the difference. So let me go back to the fuzz. That's the fuzz. Let me bring in the rat. And there, yeah, like on a clean signal, it's much easier to hear the difference between those three pedals, because when you start blending distortions together, you can shape a little bit by blending them all together to get something that's like kind of unique. But in general, it's not going to give you precisely what you're looking for with when you start stacking distortions. Like at a certain point, the returns diminish so much that you might as well not. And so distortions, like it's better to start with a clean tone and then test out different distortions in there. And yeah, VQ is saying some of them, it's hard to hear the differences, but you could tell it's different. It sounds like it's affecting primarily how hard the notes are being hit and distorted. Yes. So the articulation on the attacks, on the transients for these change 100% how the pedal and how the amp function, right? Like on a tube amp, unlike a solid state, if you roll the volume down on your guitar and play through it, it doesn't saturate the tubes as much as like having lots of signal hit it. So you can dial in kind of, and this is the secret to Adam Jones from Tool. His clean tone, his tone is a blend of two amps playing simultaneously. Like there's a way that his pedal board splits off. So he has a Marshall amp and he has a Diesel. And primarily his tone is a blend of both of them in certain amounts of percentages. And instead of having one amp be clean and one amp be dirty, Adam Jones rolls down the volume on his guitar because they're both tube heads. And so when the guitar volume is on like half of one, maybe 1.5, like it's very clean, it's very crisp. Or not crisp, but it's a clean tone. There's less gain. So he could stay on his high gain channel and still get a clean tone, right? Because the volume is rolled back. And then as he turns the volume up, the saturation starts to come in from the tube getting hotter from the signal, and you hear the distortion swells up. So if what you're looking for is like a swell with a guitar chord and it swells up with the distortion, on your VST to perform that, use the volume knob of the VST on a distortion channel and slowly bring it in, because it will swell up and heat the tube up as the gain hits up, right? A solid state amp will kind of do that, but it breaks up, like the way that the signal breaks up, it stays kind of even and consistent throughout. So when you roll down your volume, you still have a distorted tone. It's just lower in volume instead of being a different tone altogether. Right? The way that the stuff reacts is different. And so if I wish I knew as much about like dialing in synthesizers as I did about this, because I would be so interested to find out how all that stuff works. Okay, very awesome and delightful performance from Pixel Staff, says DJ Makram. Thoroughly enjoy the webinar and will push forth armed with this newfound knowledge. Yeah! Task completed successfully. Okay, so let me bounce out these stems, and I will... I guess I gotta... Let me return this to the settings that I had it at. There we go. We'll save on the processing. And if you want to play with these other pedals, the links for them to download will be in the folder. I want to thank you all for coming out. I'm going to bounce these stems, use you the link, and then go play. Go put the stuff together, and I can't wait to hear what you work on. Right? This has been Pixel Ceph with Overclocked Remix. Y'all are beautiful, and we will see you on the next one.